Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream, guys. How are you doing? This pen is not working. Yes, this one is working. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you guys are here. We finally have internet again. So today everything should work and we should be ready to go. So welcome, Judith, for the first. Yes, my Wi-Fi is back. Internet is back. Yeah. And hi, guy with anxiety. For me, it was so I've been talking to you guys about like the last time already, right? That there's been like a lot of stuff going on for me. So actually used the beginning of this week to I guess like sort of like focus a lot on just finding a different solution to like handling all of the stuff being thrown at me. Because I noticed that I was just taking on too much responsibility, and pushing myself like more than I would have needed to, instead of relying on the people around me. Yeah, I was meeting with friends a lot, seeking out support, and yeah, now I'm doing like way better. Yes. So yeah. And hi Asta, welcome. Did you forget to pay the internet bill? No. I think it was just, yeah, just on this day. Like at the evening again, we already had internet. So yeah, I don't know. Just that time. Right, Asta. I mean, you always decide if you want to talk about something or not. And I think when you say like you don't think that's a good topic for the stream, but more for a professional therapist or something, then for sure. And we're just gonna believe you there. So, yeah. And hi, Fluffy. Welcome. 35 stream streak. Let's go. Yeah. Guy with anxiety coming in with the 5 stream streak. Close to catching up on Fluffy. G-Force, thank you so much for the lyric. Thank you for the support. How to uplift my mood? I mean, I guess it really depends on like why your mood is down, right? Like our mood is influenced by like super many things. So I personally like there's some things which work all the time, right? But they're more like addicting things usually. And they're not fixing anything. Which is also feeding into more so the direction of like just, coping. So I always try to get a good grasp on why my mood is shit. Because there's going to be some moods which you don't really try and fix, right? Like, I don't know, like when your mom dies, like you're not going to try and be happy the day after. You just sort of accept, like, okay, like this gonna, like, grieving takes time and it's going to be a shitty couple of weeks, or months even, right? Your suicidal ideation is really high. Oh, I'm sorry, Esther. When is your next therapy session? Or like, did you talk about it already with your therapist? Yeah. It's like, for me, it felt like a little bit like what guy with anxiety is experiencing right now. It was just a thing where like I noticed for the like past 2 weeks or something that my mood just like wasn't as good. And I was like quite exhausted as a base level. Um, and essentially what I just like I tried to sort of like fix it on my own. But what I just then I guess like noticed this week is just that there's just like a lot of things going on right now. And that's just it's just there, you know. Like I can't like make them go away. There's sort of like a time where you just there are a lot of worries, and how you get through it, and like or like how I always feel better just like than like shouldering these like more heavier burdens than usual is usually by just relying on my friends and like reaching out for help, seeking support from people, just talking about things, or just like being a day like not at home, or like going for a walk with them. And also just sometimes like just receiving help with decisions. I feel like sometimes if you have like big decisions to make, stuff can be very daunting and very just scary and exhausting to decide or carry that burden. So then it can also just be really nice to talk things through with somebody else, and I don't know, have like some just like not do everything alone, you know, because you don't have to. Yeah. And I think it also really helps if you have grace with yourself that sometimes it's just going to be a hard time. And you don't need to be at 100% if you're having a hard time. You know? And hi, Grey Soup. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Can alcohol do the job? Because I don't know what the heck is wrong. I mean, any addiction or like drug can, of course, like influence your mood in the moment, right? It's not gonna fix anything. It's probably gonna make things worse, but like that's just how drugs work, right? This is why they are so addicting. She's gonna call you at the end of the afternoon. That's good. Is there like, yeah, sort of like the question you did has, um, like, do you have a crisis plan, or like did you make a crisis plan with your psychologist for situations like these? Gotta guess. I think I'm scared that my health problem is very serious, and I'm scared it will lead to my death. I mean, that's a pretty big fear. No. So um how reasonable is that guess? Like how realistic is it? Like did you already get any like medical news that it's like serious, or are they just like making tests and it could be something like very unserious? Like how is your situation in that moment? There's a plan? Okay. That sounds good, Master. So is there any idea as to why you're going through a hard time right now? I've been going to the doctor and did some tests, but they found no solution, so I'm really scared. Mm. Do you want to share what the health problem is? Or rather not? It's entirely fine if you don't. Hi, Acraft. What to call you last time? Cute, great. I don't mind too much, but I guess like Crate makes more sense. Because I like technically I would have liked to have the name Crate on Twitch, but because it wasn't available, like I just couldn't put it. Like it's not like anybody has it, as to my knowledge. But I think because it's such a short name, it's not available or something. So that's why I put cute in front of it. To just have an alliteration, which is nice. Um, But yeah, so great with the like sort of actual name be. Yeah. How to deal with the fear of failure. We're definitely gonna come to that question. I just wanna, for now, sort of get to what sentence did I want to make? I lost it. But we started to talk with Asta and with Guy with anxiety. And they're going through a hard time right now. So I would like to sort of like take some more time for them, and then afterwards we're gonna get to your question. Is that fine for you? Does that seem like a plan? Oh, one of your friends died, Asta. I'm really sorry for you. I mean, that definitely explains why you're not doing too well, right? Have you talked to your other friends about this? Or like maybe to like people of his family or something, like other people who are grieving about him? Hi Bandit, welcome to the stream, how you doing? Death is definitely a very scary thing. Hmm. It's like there's a lot of different ways how we can grieve for somebody. Do you think you're grieving right now, Esther? Or do you think you don't have the capacity and I'm also trying to just like hold on until the feeling isn't as big anymore? It's a really beautiful thought. Go with anxiety. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. One of Esther's friends died early to a stroke. Bandit, yeah. And Esther now is like really struggling with sort of the repercussions on his mental health and the entire situation, really. Which makes like so much sense, right? It's a tough situation. I hope after you find the strength to keep going. It's like mm, mm. I mean, if we want to talk about grief, like grief has so many different sides actually. So when like grief can have like super many different sides, depending on like the situation, of course, depending on yourself, depending on like how much grief there is, right? So like when my first hamster died, I also made up like a theory of like how the hamster is now like in heaven and like eating like all their favorite snacks and everything and just like enjoying life to the fullest. When a sort of like older neighbor, landlord, and friend died, he was like much older than me, but he was sort of like a grandpa type situation. And I don't know, I think it was really nice to just spend time with the people who knew him and talk about him and find out more about him. And remember those times where he would like sort of like when I like came by, like say like, oh, come to me, and then just like give me €5 like on the like sort of hidden in his hand. And remember sort of the good times of his life and all the moments he enjoyed life, really. When my great grandmother died, I didn't have too much contact to her. But I just really tried to, I don't know, be there for the people who do grieve and just like support them in any way I can. So I mean, what would you like to do, Asta? Like, if you forget the rules which have been put on you back then, how would you like to grieve? If you could just choose whatever. I think that's the thing, right, guy with anxiety. I feel like so often we actually know what we would have to do, but it just doesn't feel approachable. Like it feels like we can't. We don't really know why. And to be able to cry or get angry from frustration because he was way too young. So what specifically is holding you back from that right now? Like, is it sort of like a instinct like of survival in like anxiety or fear? Or is it more like you just can't cry like you would like to, but it's just not happening? I appreciate that you're trying to help guy with anxiety, but I feel like these I think this advice is actually so unhelpful. Like I try to think of a better way to say it, but um, it's just it's not something which is like where you instantly know what to do, right? So I feel like sometimes something like this where we like, no, we would just have to do this. It's actually adding to the pressure of us wanting to be different and like not accepting the way we are right now. like a mental block because of fear and shame. Hmm. Is there an accepted way to cry or get angry, Asta? What I mean by this is essentially like, for example, if you were to watch a movie, would it then be okay? Like if it's not about like, if it's not serious, but in that situation? Because maybe there's a way how you can find a situation where this mental block is just less powerful. So, for example, I don't know, like maybe it feels easier to show these emotions if you feel like nobody's watching or something, you know? Hmm. I mean, you can focus on crying. Hi, and welcome to the chat. We're talking right now to Asta, who just recently lost a friend to a stroke and is now struggling to experience the grief. Hmm. No, I mean, it makes so much sense why it's super hard, Asta, right? So this is why I feel like, you know, I don't want to like just like push you or tell you to like just get over it, because I don't think like if it would be possible, I think you would have done it for sure. So I feel like that's why I'm trying to see if there is like if there's any way how to lower this resistance, like how to lower the mental block of experiencing like your feelings and just crying. So yeah, exactly. So I feel like this is why I'm really like asking sort of questions if there is like any situation where you feel like this mental blockage is less, you know? Like if there's any way you can make it easier for yourself. And if that means like, I don't know, like crying under your bed or something, or like in a closet or whatever. Maybe it's just gonna, you know, maybe it just needs to be like 1% less pressure and then you're gonna be able to do it. Yeah. So if it's way better than it used to be, in which situations has it become better? Like, is there a way how you can use what you learned so far to put yourself in a position where it's like the easiest possible? Hmm. Yeah. Why do you want to cry, by the way? Or like get angry and frustrated because he died so young? Is it more like you feel like crying, but because of this mental blockage, you like can't let it out and it's like too much inside? Or is it more like a thing of like people really love their friends or like normal people cry and like I should cry too or something like this? So how does that work? Hmm. You surely have heard of this exercise where you like write a letter to a person with all the things you still wanted to say. Right? Like, have you heard of that? Or have you ever tried that even? Hmm. So it was a really good friend even. Yeah. So have you tried that already in this instance? I'm gonna switch to music here. Not yet, because my brain is all over the place. I mean, you can make multiple versions, right? I think it can be a good way actually to just be able to make sense of it and focus, find out what's actually important to you right now and what's not. Also, like, just talking to the people who are also grieving for him could be really nice, and just talking to them how, you know, you need to attend a class. Hmm. I mean, of course, it's your decision to make, right? With anxiety. But I hope that you choose to make the healthy decision, maybe, and invest some time to find out what's going on and do something which is gonna make you feel better in like a more longer term. Or just come back to the stream and we're gonna try hard to find time for you. Okay. So the thing is, guy with anxiety, we don't say these things here, right? Not like this. Because this is not okay. This is low-key like threatening the stream here. They're like with like sort of guilt tripping us to like, because you didn't give us attention, or like, you know, like I might, you know, like be scared from me. Like, this is not what we do. Yeah. This is not safe for us. Right? Like, if everybody would do this the entire time, I would not be able to make this stream. I would not be able to be there for you all. Right? Because I care about you guys. Right? So, like, things like this actually hurt. Things like this actually make me worried. I understand that you might not have like consciously meant it that way, but this is how it feels to people around you when you throw out these things, you know. This is why in this stream we're taking care of what we say. We're trying to communicate in a way which is safe, right? Because that's going to be the way we can help. So messages like these are not okay. They're not fine here. They're disrupting this safe space. You're still responsible for your thinking and your feelings and how you treat others. Even if you struggle, even if you're depressed, you are still the responsible person. So please be aware of that responsibility next time. I'm gonna time out you for a second to delete the message. That's really cute, Asta, that your dog is with you. And hi, Dragu, welcome, welcome. I'm sorry, guys, that you had to experience this. Something like this is never nice to read, right? And this is definitely like not okay in this stream, right? I think you all got that. And I hope that a guy with anxiety did understand that and is not gonna say something like this ever again. This was the first warning. If this were to happen again, we're gonna ban him to maintain this safe space here, because something like that is really not okay. Try to notice how you guys feel, okay? And try to be there for your feelings. Apart from that, I can just give you the advice that everybody can make the decision they want to, right? And they are responsible for that decision in the end. No, Asta, it's completely fine. This stream is supposed to help for sure, but we can't do everything in this stream. And this is a reality, right? Like, we can't keep people from making bad choices. We can inform them, we can help them to make better choices, but we can't keep them from making poor choices. And it's everyone's own responsibility to put themselves in positions where they can thrive. And if you're like really on the edge and you're struggling with suicidal ideations, like super much in this moment, we have an international the international suicide hotlines below the stream. Like, we sometimes in this stream, we talk about suicide, right? And we can talk about suicidal ideations, but if you are in a moment where you are seriously thinking about suicide, then go seek out support from suicide hotlines, because there you're going to find like professionals which are trained specifically for these cases and which will be informed about the mental health system in your country and are going to be able to help you take very actionable steps in that moment, based on the options in your country. Why the word help? Why does everyone convince you that you need help? I think Like I don't understand why we're coming from help to why does everyone convince you that you need help, right? Like I don't know. Like we here in this stream, we don't try to convince anybody they need help, but people who need help come here to get some help. Don't worry, guys. You're all welcome here. We just had to enforce some stream rules, right? To maintain the safe space here, and because it was a triggering message, we're sort of trying to walk past that now. So this is why we're, I guess, like still talking about this because I don't know. Like we can't control what other people are doing, right? And it's of course never intended that somebody like comes in here and is like I'm gonna kill myself if you guys don't have time for me, which is like not okay, and which is definitely outside of any like boundaries or rules. But it's not a thing where you just delete the message and that's it. But it's a thing where you refer to international suicide hotlines, and then because of the nature of the stream, also, I don't know, like where I at least, I guess, try to help everybody who's affected by this message to deal with it, to give some emotional support in that moment. Right. So, yeah. You're absolutely correct, Asta. It's like, so there's, so a friend of mine is like studying psychology, right? And he actually told us that, and I didn't know this before, but he actually told us that for certain, in certain situations, when people like sort of like tell you, oh, like they're gonna kill themselves, the psychologist doesn't actually try to change it. It's like it's probably not all people. It's probably like a specific sort of like diagnosis, but like one of the things they learn in like a very specific situation is also how they don't take responsibility for that person to make a better choice, and they essentially like shut off in that moment and just say like, okay, like if you want to kill yourself, please wait like 2 weeks, because then I don't have to write any like papers on this anymore. It's gonna save me work, and then we're gonna end the session here and goodbye. And again, like I don't know if this would be the case for like everyone. Like I'm sure this is probably like more for people who would be like manipulative with this maybe. But it's just like one of the things he learned how to handle these moments, and it seemed so harsh to me when he told me, because I was like, damn, like you just like you just like are like, okay, I'm gonna end the session, like bye, like wait 2 weeks because then I have less work. It seemed like a thing where like, damn, bro, like you guys just do that, like that's crazy. But in a certain way, I do understand it, right? Because it is everybody's own responsibility, and it's also a thing where like, because mental health is like such a sort of intense topic, right? And like a psychologist giving you help is also like a very, very deep connection you have with them, and yeah, like there's a certain balance you need to strike between like keeping yourself safe and helping others, and also helping others in a way where they actually are able to like be independent and take responsibility for their life, right? Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys, and welcome. I mean, definitely, like, I mean, if he learned this, like, you know, for sure, like, it's apparently the best approach in certain situations. I don't think it's in all situations the perfect approach, maybe, right? But they definitely learn it for some situations. So, yeah. Welcome, Rico. How you doing? It's like, I think like I'm not informed about the like specifics of that situation, right? So I can only guess right now. What I would guess is that to a certain extent, everybody can make that choice, right? And is entitled to make that choice. And I think in the end, probably to have a good life, you need to be able to take over responsibility for your life and the accountability to shape that good life. So I feel like maybe in that moment where a person tells us they made that decision to like give up on life, you know, it's technically not a situation anymore where therapy is made for, right? Because therapy helps people who are asking for help, not people who don't ask for help, right? Like usually like people that go there and they have certain like they're suffering under something and like want to change that or like want to change certain parts of their life or want to be different in a certain way, want to like not be bothered with anxiety anymore, something like this, right? So there's a certain like there's a task at hand. And this help they want is shaped by the person going there and like saying what they need and what the expectations are they have for the therapist. So if somebody then says like, you know, like, I don't give a fuck anymore, I'm gonna dip out, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know. It's a thing where like we can only help people who want help, I guess. So this is why like the how I would make sense of that treatment approach. But do ask Drago for sure. And hi, Uncle Britain. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, and I did ignore Acroft's question back there. Can I ask a related question to that? I'm still trying to get over a girl that dumped me. I'm spending way too long on it. So I wrote a letter to her in my own journal, and whilst it helped in the moment, I'm still grieving. Am I supposed to just keep writing letters, get it together, or something else? Obviously, for Esther, it's too early for the get it together, but I hope you get what I mean. So the thing with anything like in mental health, right, is that it works different for everybody, or it can work different for everybody. A lot of things can work for a lot of people, but usually where we come from is a very individual situation. And so there's definitely always the option that works different for you than for others. So some people just take longer to grieve than others, right? Or just grieve in a way where like you like some people grieve in a way where like societally it's not seen as grieving. And this is why then like even though they technically like for themselves would think like, oh, I'm grieving for like 4 months, like what was societally visible as them grieving only took a week or something, you know? So essentially like what I'm trying to say with that is that our perception of other people grieving and how long they grieve, what is normal and not normal, is very, like, is probably just our perception of it. Like, it's not like an objective reality or anything. It depends on your social circle, on the norms in your culture, and like, so, you know, it's like just an interpretation from you on like of the world you see. But it might not be like the objective average or whatever. And then grieving can just work like different for different people. And I feel like if you feel like you're stuck on a feeling, Acraft, and you feel like there's like you wrote those letters and everything, but you're just stuck on that feeling that she dumped you, I think maybe try and journal and find out why you're stuck on that feeling. Like, is there maybe a different meaning to that as well? Like, for example, like, if we feel like this girl is like the only one we will ever love and we don't believe that there's any other girl like her, letting go of her is going to be harder, right? Than if you were to think that, oh, but there's going to be like 10 more girls I'm going to like, right? So a lot of these things can influence sort of like how we hold on to something, or like how long we grieve, or if we want to let go of something or not. So I feel like if I were you, I would try to explore and be curious and try and find out why I'm sort of stuck in these feelings. And you can do that by talking to others and hearing about their experiences. Because sometimes we don't even realize that we feel something until somebody else talks about how they feel it, and then we're like, oh damn, I actually recognize that. Sometimes we just need to journal for ourselves. Sometimes we need to get like really into it and like spiral a little bit, just so that we're like really feel enough to actually make sense of it. Sometimes we need a break where we just have time to connect with our feelings because we're like too stressed on an everyday basis. So it can be like many different things, but I would try to see if you can sort of find some more meaning behind why you're having those feelings still, or like what feelings specifically are lingering around, and if there maybe is something you fear when you were to let go of those feelings. I would go into that direction. So I've realized this Monday that after every MMA training, I'm pretty emotional. So I've suppressed emotions for more than 5 years. So I'd say I'm not emotional at all. And weirdly felt like crying without a huge reason. I feel like that makes me bad. I'm really sorry that you feel like that makes you bad. Because I feel like that's... I don't know, isn't that kind of mean? To, you know, feel like you're crying, but then you judge yourself for it? Like, why did you feel like you're crying? There is, by the way, sort of a effect that especially when we're sort of like suppressing a lot of things or holding a lot of a lot of emotions together. If there's a moment of relief or where tension just gets resolved, it can bring all of those emotions up. So it could be that, like, I don't know what you've done in like the past 5 years, but it could be that you were like very tense beforehand, and you also told us that you were like sort of scared about the going to the MMA training and stuff, right? So it could be that you were like that there was like a high tension beforehand, and then through the training, it's like, because it's just exercise, you like release tension, right? And also then like this being scared of like going to the training, like all of that is like going away, right? Because it's resolved in that moment. And like with all of these things coming together, it can then just be like a really overwhelming emotional feeling of relief, right? Hi, QWERTY, welcome, welcome. I don't think crying doesn't help, actually. Crying is a really efficient way to regulate emotions. Like, crying is there for a reason, right? So yeah, I don't think it's actually useless or anything. I can relate that it's inconvenient. Like for me, for example, like when I cry, like after, like the day after, like my eyelids here are like super, super, how do you say that? Like like twice the size. And I can like, it's like so exhausting to open my eyes and everything. And sometimes I get like really bad headache and stuff like this as well when I cry. So like crying is like, in that moment it might be good for emotional regulation, but it's gonna bite me in the ass really, really bad. So I don't per se like crying. But crying is just, yeah, it's a really efficient way to just let go of so many emotions and regulate yourself. And I feel like especially sometimes when you're the type who's like suppressing emotions, which isn't regulating them, right? It can actually be a way which is the easiest, because sort of like mentally regulating your emotions is maybe something you didn't learn, or you don't know how to do, or you usually don't do, or there's some resistance to it. And then if your body just takes over, it can be like super easy, right? But I don't know. Like I feel like when you like thought about it and like it's not happening again, like there's no pattern you see, there's no reason you see. Um I don't know, just don't worry about it anymore, no? Um but yeah, like don't judge yourself for it. It's like crying is a very natural thing. Like humans do that all the time. And it doesn't say how strong or not strong you are. It doesn't even say how good you can handle a situation or not, actually. Because suppressing emotions can then sometimes mean that we like act not taking our emotions into account, which can be bad. And then when you're connected in a moment to emotions, to your emotions, and then like cry for 5 minutes, and then sort of handle the situation, can actually be more efficient, or in your better interest. But so like, like crying has like a societal judgment to it, sure. And I think that's actually like, I don't want to say like, oh, this is only for men. Like I think this for women the exact same. Like, I don't know why we judge people who cry as like weak and stuff like this. But it just sort of came with this like strong person mentality, I guess. But like, I don't think there's anything wrong with you crying. Or like also like not knowing why. I don't think like it's definitely a thing where I feel like, okay, that's I guess like odd. And like I would wonder if that has to do with, for example, a suppressed emotions. So like there was a reason to cry, but you are not aware of it. But I don't think, like, what I actually think is low-key, like, doesn't help is judging yourself for crying. Like, I feel like that's a waste of energy. I don't want to cry. I mean, one good reason is that there's no reason. And if it makes sense, I don't feel like I have a place where I can. Well, I mean, seeing how you're treating yourself right now, that you cried once, I sort of do agree that it seems like there is not much place for you to cry, or not much space for you to cry, because you're judging yourself a lot as well. I don't think you need other people to feel like you have the space to cry. I feel like the most important person is actually ourselves, right? You didn't cry, you only felt like it. I wouldn't avoid it. Like, if you, like, you know, like, it, like, okay, sure, like, if you're, like, in the MMA training, there's, like, 20 guys standing around you, like, okay, I get why you're like, okay, I'm not gonna cry now. Like, I don't feel like explaining to everybody that I don't know what's going on. But if it's, like, you know, if it's at home and you're alone, it can be a very interesting experience. Wow. Like, I personally would say try it. Try and see what happens. Try and see how you feel. If you feel like there's a reason or whatever, you know? So, thank you, Gray. That was great advice, and I'm gonna try to explore why the feelings still linger. Probably easier said than done, but I'm gonna try to go away soon, but it's also easier said than done. I feel like, yeah, it's definitely like it can take some time, aircraft. But I think if you're curious towards those feelings, you're definitely gonna be smarter for it afterwards. Flimsy in the rain or something. Yeah. I asked the self. What is that, asked the self? Excuse me? Like, what? How is that supportive? Like, that needs like fat cat W behind it and like JK or something. And hi. Okay, Selma, welcome. Yeah. Yep. It's definitely easier to exploit, influence, and advertise people who can't regulate their emotions. And are maybe even insecure or something. So you recommend me to cry alone at home to see what it does? Yeah. Like, I know it sounds like super like stupid, right? But like, it's
暇だな。こんな日は余計なことを考えてしまう。例えば、自分の人生どうしてこんなことになったんだっけなんてこと。僕、野瀬修也が この古いビルの2階に隠れ診療所を構えて3年、医師の資格取得寸前でドロップアウトした僕が無免許医としてヤクザ相手の家業を営んでいるなんてことが父に知れたら何と言われるだろう。きっと罵られ殴り飛ばされる、あの日のように。
まだあの男と付き合っていたのか。誰の血を受け継いだんだ。俺の息子だったらそんな間違いなどしないはずだ。
投げつけられた父の言葉と、その父の傍らで青ざめうつむいた母を見て、23年間あの家で感じていた違和感の正体が分かった。僕は母の不義の子、姉や兄たちとは違ったのだ。その後の転落は早かった。大学を辞め家を飛び出し、ふらふらと遊び回っていた新宿で怪我をした暴力団組長の息子を助けたところから、気がつけばモグリの医者になっていた。患者が来たかな。デスクの下に仕込んだ小型テレビはエレベーターの監視カメラにつながっている。そのエレベーターに乗るにはまず1階の喫茶店を通らなければならなかった。喫茶店を経営しているのはあちこちの組と取引がある手配屋で、彼の許可がなければ通れないようになっている。この男は嘘だろ。
待たせたな、修也。相変わらず色っぽい顔だな。
5年ぶりに会った第一声がそれか。竜和仙、危険な香りを放つ野獣、そしてその荒々しさと強い力こそが彼の魅力だ。その腕見せてください。刃物ですか？拳銃？止血はしてるんですか？
刃物だ。浅い傷だから大したことはない。自分でできる応急処置はしてる。縫っても3針くらいだろ
う。麻酔が効くまで少し待って。
修也、久しぶりなんだ。もっと顔を見せてくれ。
怪我をしていない右手で頬を撫でられた。親指にはめられた竜をかたどったシルバーリングの感触に背中がざわりと泡立つ。麻酔なしで縫ってやればよかった。
いい目つきをしている。昔のお前は俺が痛めつけた後じゃなきゃそんな目をしなかったよ。今の暮らしは楽しいか？俺と出会ってよかっただろう。出会わなきゃお前は今でも昔のままだったはずさ。いい大学を出て医者になって、休日にはゴルフ、見合いして結婚。
そうだ。和仙と出会ったことで僕の全ては変わった。
お前が結婚してなくてよかったよ。万が一他の誰かと暮らしていたら、俺はその相手を殺していたかもしれない。
殺しはやめてください。新宿にはたくさんの組織がひしめき合っている。今はどうにか中立を保ってるのに、パワーバランスが崩れたら僕もここでの仕事がやりにくくなる。
また随分と生き生きしてるな。よっぽど今の暮らしが性に合ってるみたいだ。
少し黙っててください。縫いますよ。
キスしてくれ。
なんですって？
キスで俺の口を塞げ。そうしたら少し黙ってやる。
これでいいですか？
まさか。
もういいでしょう。
お前の体はまだ俺を覚えてるな。お前の初めての男は俺だった。お前はまだ女も知らなくて、無理強いされても感じてたよな。あの後、他の誰かと試してみたか？
やってません。そんな暇もなかったし。
嬉しいことをいい子で過ごしてたみたいだな。
いいこと言われるような年じゃないです。
ああ、そうみたいだな。もうお前は子供じゃない。遅くなって悪かったが、迎えに来た。
え？
迎えに来たんだ。なあ、どうして5年前、俺から逃げた？
僕だけじゃなく家族や友人に脅しをかけられたら普通は逃げます。
あれは俺とお前の仲を裂こうとしたからだ。だがお前は俺から逃げたいわけじゃなかっただろう。お前は俺に惚れてた。5年も待たせることになるなんて俺だって思ってなかったさ。だがおかげで香港での俺の立場はしっかりしたものになった。安心してお前を迎えに来ることができた。
僕はあなたを待ってなんかいなかった。
そういう目で俺を見ることができるようになったわけだ。なあ、抜歯はいつだ？消毒には何日通えばいい？事前予約しておいたら裸に白衣で俺をもてなしてくれるか？
抜歯は1週間後。消毒には通わなくて結構。抗生剤を出すので待合室で少し待っていてください。
抗生剤は後でうちの下のやつに取りに来させる。
うちはつけで治療はしないですよ。
だろう。これで足りるか？
初診料込みでまあこんなものですね。
ずいぶんアコギな商売してるんだな。
もらいそびれることも多いので絞り取れるところから絞り取っておかないと。領収書は出しませんよ。
また来るよ。俺もこれで結構忙しいんでね。
メッシュ、コーヒーをお願いします。年齢不詳のマスターは白髪混じりの髪をオールバックになでつけているが顔立ちは赤い。通り名はメッシュ。組関係や政治家にまで一目置かれている情報や現手配屋だ。なんであの男を通したんですか？
怪我してたし乗客だった。修也先生の知り合いのようにも思えたしね。劉和仙だろ。香港マフィア 3CE の次期シャンチュー候補だ。
次期シャンチュー候補？
やり手らしいね。香港の黒社会も5年ぐらい前は随分ゴタゴタしていたけど、それが最近落ち着いたのは劉和仙の手腕だそうだよ。
そうなんですか。
ああ、彼自身はスマートで頭のいい男だという噂だ。それでいて情け容赦ない。昔は武闘派で鳴らしてたらしいけどね。和仙のやり方に変化が現れたのも5年前。そういやその頃ちょくちょく日本に来てたな。
それは僕を追いかけてきて連れ帰ろうとしてたからだ。なぜ和仙が僕に執着するのかそれは分からなかったけれど、和仙との出会いは香港行きの飛行機の中だった。
ここ座ってもいいですか？
ごめんなさい、散らかしてしまって。
謝る必要はない。俺の席はここじゃないから。でも君と話したかったんでね。隣に座らせてくれないか？難しそうな本を読んでいるんだね。医学書？学生？
ええ、医学部の4年生です。
香港には旅行で？
そうです、夏休みを利用して。あなたは？
俺は逆。休みを利用して日本に来て今から香港に帰るところです。自分の日本語が思ったより通じて嬉しくてね。まだ日本語を話したくて仕方ないんだ。君が話し相手になってくれないかなと思って。迷惑だろうか？
いいえ。
俺はアンディ・リュウと言います。
日本人じゃなかったのか。なんか雰囲気が違うと感じたのはそのせい。僕は野瀬修也と言います。
野瀬修也？
すみません、本ずっと持たせてしまって。
綺麗な指ですね。器用そうだ。
そんなに器用な方じゃないですけど。
でも外科医向きの手のように見えますよ。あなたは華奢なのに手のひらは大きくて指も長いんですね。
どこか駆け引きめいた会話の中で彼が貿易などの事業をやっていること、ずっと年上のように感じていたのに僕より一つ年上なだけだということなどを知った。その間にも彼の暗い陰りをたたえた漆黒の瞳や謎めいた人となりに僕は引き寄せられていった。
あなたは香港で東洋医学を学ぶといい。
東洋医学。
漢方と言われている分野になるのかな。笹の葉や菊を煎じて飲んだり。
漢方ですね。日本でもそういうのあります。
そう。日本にもあるのに、日本の医師たちは西洋医学を学ぶのに忙しくて、東洋医学の知識まで手が回らない。もったいないことだ。漢方には興味がない？
ないわけじゃないです。ただ、確かにそこまで勉強しきれないですね。
だったら、せっかくだから香港で少しかじっていくといい。中国の漢方医学はとても繊細なんだ。例えば、脈拍一つとってみても、いろんなことがわかる。人体の脈打つ部分というのは、どこもかしこも敏感にできている。くすぐったい？
少し。
東京もエキサイティングで楽しい街だけど、香港も楽しいところだよ。もしよろしければ香港を案内したい。俺の知り合いの漢方医も紹介したいしね。どうだろう？
そうですね。香港へ着いてからアンディは本当に僕をいろいろなところへ連れて行ってくれた。二人の会話は楽しく弾むようなものではなかったけれど、探り合うような言葉のやり取りは予想外に僕たちの距離を近づけていった。2週間後、アンディ・リュウが香港マフィアの幹部リュウ・ワセンの二つ名だと知らされるまでは。僕にそれを教えたのは当時香港に留学していた姉だった。
あんな男と付き合ってはダメ。紳士に見えただなんて何寝ぼけたこと言ってるの？紳士とは真逆にいる男だわ。
姉の忠告に従ったわけじゃない。けれど恐ろしくなった。彼に感じていた違和感と同時に強く引き寄せられた理由が分かって、だから僕はあの旅を終わらせようとした。日本に帰るのでもう会えません。
そうか。だが俺はこれからも仕事で日本に行くことになる。その時には会ってくれるね。
いいえ、もう会いません。連絡もしないでください。
なんだって？
嘘をつかれていたからです。僕はあなたがリュウ・ワセンだなんて知らなかった。
嘘をついていたわけじゃない。アンディ・リュウというのも俺の名前だ。香港人は英国統治の名残で中国名と英国名の2つの名前を持っている。
嘘をついたわけじゃないとしても、あなたが僕に真実を教える気がなかったという事実は変わりません。あなたがマフィアの幹部だと知っていたら、僕は。
知っていたら俺に誘われてもついてこなかったと？俺が誰であろうとお前に対して失礼なことはしなかったつもりだ。どうせどんな風にお前を扱っても罵倒されるのだったら大切にするのはもうやめよう。
でも僕はそれにここじゃあなただって。
人目があろうとお前一人をどうにかするだけの手札はある。ここのところを軽く押さえただけで人ってのは簡単に落ちるんだよ。
頸動脈を押され僕は気を失った。そして気づいた時には見知らぬ部屋にいた。全裸で手錠につながれ、サイン性のある薬物を仕込まれて、うずく体を和船にもてあそばれた。
綺麗な花は散らしたくなる。美しくて上品なものは中身を暴いて壊したくなる。俺はそういう男で、そしてお前は俺に暴かれたいって顔で俺を見返したんだ。分かっているんだろう。お前はそういう男なんだよ。
2日間和船に監禁されていた。その後で衣服を渡され、突然告げられた。
帰りたければ帰れ。
あの頃憎かったのは和船じゃない、自分自身だ。自分の内側にいるメスの表出が怖かった。僕が恐れていたのは自分自身の中のメスと弱さだ。 男を受け入れ、もだえる自分が認められなかった。だから和泉から逃げた。まあ若かったってことだよな。ここでの生活に馴染むうちに、いつの間にか自分自身のメスは疎ましいものではなくなっていた。男に貫かれ快感を覚える程度のことは自分の弱さの証明ではない。そういう資質も生き方もあるということだ。香港で知った漢方医学に対する興味はそのまま持続し、自己流ではあるが研鑽を重ねている。西洋医学だろうが東洋医学だろうが、効果があるならばどっちだっていい。モグリの医者だからこその自由さだ。
今の暮らしは楽しいか？
そうだね。今の暮らしは楽しいよ。世間知らずのお坊ちゃんだった頃より、ここでの荒れた毎日の方がずっと充実して生きやすい。
先生、ありがとうございます。
また2週間後にいらしてくださいね。和泉はあれきり姿を現さなかった。ありがたいことのはずなのに胸が痛いのはどういうことだろう。抗生剤を取りに使いの男をよこしたきり、何の音沙汰もない。はい。
先生、下ですけど、お客さんいらしてるよ。
客？それなら上に通してくれれば。
通していいんだね。龍和泉。こっちからは連絡したから文句はなしだよ。
あ。何しに来たんですか？
コーヒーを飲みに来がてら、お前の可愛い顔を眺めに。
抜歯でしょ。見せてください、傷口。
下で綺麗な女とすれ違ったよ。組の幹部の女たちもここをよく使ってるそうだな。
姉さんたちは自分の美貌にも気配りしてるんですよ。美肌のツボにプラセンタエキスを注入すると驚くぐらい肌が艶めいてピンと張りが出る。シミもシワも薄くなります。
美容整形外科かエステみたいだな。
金になるなら何でもしますよ。
悪ぶるな。お前にそういうのは向いてない。
別に悪ぶってるわけじゃないです。終わりましたよ。
下の喫茶店でマスターのメッシュからお前のちょっといい話を聞いてきた。
いい話って？
まだここに移る前、一度だけ処置が間に合わなくて亡くなった人がいたっていう話。
あれは。
修也はかける言葉もないような顔してて、そういえばまだ修也は若いんだったなってしみじみ思ったって言ってたよ。頼まれて連絡先を探してやったら、お前は家族に連絡を取っていろいろ手を尽くしてやったんだってな。それがきっかけでメッシュはこの場所をお前に貸し、その後は誰一人ここでは死なせてない。
死なれたらお金をもらいそびれますからね。
それはそれで真実だな。だったら女相手の美容整形だけでもいいんじゃないか。それなら生き死にには関係ない。
それは。
ほら、結局お前は人助けがしたいわけだ。エステ一本じゃつまらないんだろ。
そうですね。
お前変わったな、少し。俺はお前を迎えに来たんだ。無理にでも連れて行けばそれでいいと思ってたんだが。
それじゃあ前と同じですね。一度それをやって僕に逃げられたのに、あなたも芸がない。
だから計画を変更した。ちょうど仕事もあるし、しばらくこっちに滞在する。とりあえず今夜飯でもどうだ？
今夜？
まずはデートから始めよう。基本だろ。
何を食べさせてくれるんですか？美味しいものじゃなきゃ誘いには乗りませんよ。
その点は安心しろ。香港人は舌が肥えてる。今夜9時に迎えに来るよ。夜も喫茶店を通ってここに来ればいいのか？
メッシュの店は24時間営業です。 メッシュが不在の時は代理の誰かが店番してますよ。
それはいいナイトをお見つけになられた。
メッシュはナイトじゃなくてビジネスパートナーです。僕は誰かに守られて生きているわけじゃない。
そうか。自分の体を自分で守れるようになったならそれはいいことだ。
9時少し前、喫茶店に降りてみるとメッシュの姿はなく、代理の黒が店番に立っていた。
メッシュいないからインスタントコーヒーしか出ないよ。
しかもセルフサービスでしょ。
そう、お湯はそこのポット。洗うの面倒だから紙コップ使って。
たまには働きなよ、クロちゃん。
働くよ。コーヒーは入れないけど別の仕事なら。なんか調べてくれって言われたら、あっちゅう間に修也さんの手元にデータ手渡してみせますよ。
じゃあ、三神医と竜和仙についての最新データ出してくれるかな。
うん、いいよ。いつまで？
早い方がいいな。
了解。客だ。
9時ジャストだな。豪華なディナーかと思ったら連れて行かれたのは無名の中華料理屋だった。とはいえ味は確かに今まで食べたどの店よりもうまかった。
白衣の下はいつもそんな格好なのか。安物のパンツにラフなシャツ、色気がないな。
色気は追求してないので。
色気はともかく久々のデートなんだから、もっと気張った格好で待っててくれるかと思ったんだがな。
気張った服は礼服しかないんですよ今。それにデートも僕は OK の返事は差し上げなかったと思うんですよね。
まあな。でも喫茶店の営業時間は答えてたから、あれが返事の代わりだろ。
本気で僕を迎えに来たっておっしゃるんですか。もう5年も経ってます。僕は変わってしまった。
いい方向に変わってる。
迎えに来たという割には怪我をして登場だなんてあなたらしくないですよね。誰にやられたんですか。
相手なんていないよ。強いて言うなら俺だな。自分で切ったんだ。5年前お前を追いかけて逃げられたってのに、今さら真っ向から迎えに行って会ってくれるとも思えなかった。怪我をしてたらお前は見てくれるだろ。
なんでまたそんな無茶を。
なんでってお前に会うために決まってる。
僕のどこがそんなに気に入ってるんですか。
顔と体。そこまでがっかりした顔しなくてもいいだろう。顔も体も大切だ。最初気になったのはお前の上品さだったよ。綺麗な見た目で刺激心を煽るような上品さってのがあるんだなと思った。お前が男だからかな、その変な色気は。
変なって。
強い男かどうか推し量ってるんだって目をしてた。強いなら証に自分と戦って倒せ。商品は自分だって顔して目の前に立たれりゃ、俺だって押し倒してむしゃぶりつくさ。俺も5年前はまだまだ若かったし。
ひどいな。言われて嬉しいセリフじゃないですよ。
褒めてるつもりなんだろうな。俺がお前より弱い男になり下がったら、そこでお前は俺を見限る。俺はそういうのが楽しいらしい。
何ですかそれ。
こんな話がお前とできるってだけで俺は嬉しいけどな。以前のお前じゃすぐに怒って帰ってた。
和仙が杯を飲み干した時、僕は再び恋に落ちていた。そして店を出る時には2人ともどのタイミングでどちらがベッドへ誘ってもおかしくないことを知っていた。
大人になったな。
あなたは前より幼くなった。アンティ。 和仙でしたね。
そのどちらも俺だ。どっちの俺も受け入れてくれ。5年前に俺はそう頼めばよかったんだ。なあ、そうだろ。
それは
力ずくで奪うんじゃなく懇願すればよかった。アンディ・リュウもリュウ・ワセンも俺でしかない。俺が嫌いか？
そうなんですね。両方あなただ。
帰れ。
一晩を過ごし、翌朝僕は和仙の用意した車で帰された。このままここで過ごせと言われなかったことに少しだけ傷つく。まったく僕も進歩もない。
はい、三振位についてのデータメモリに入れといた。
ありがとう。
触りだけだから1万でいいよ。知り合い価格。
お金取られるんだ。
ただでは働きません。
メッシュ、こいつのこの根性どうにかなんないのかな。
私はそういうクロちゃんのこすからいところが気に入っているので。
毎度あり。
修也先生、先生は和仙とどういう間柄なんですか？
古い知り合い。
知り合い？
僕は和仙との出会いを当たり障りのない部分だけ話した。
じゃあ修也先生はワイムとも知り合いですか？
ワイム？
リュウ・ワイム。和仙の一つ年下の弟です。
知らない。弟がいたことすら知らないよ。考えてみれば僕は和仙のことはほとんど何も知らないんだな。おいたちも家庭環境もまあ所詮その程度の知り合いってことだよ。
そうなんですかね。和仙は修也先生とコンタクト取るために自分で自分の腕を切ったっていう話なんですけどね。和仙が日本で怪我をしたってことになったら普通は話題になりますよ。相手が誰かって下の奴らだって血眼になる。それで和仙が下の連中に言ったんだそうです。自分で切ったって。理由は新宿でモグリの医者をやっている野瀬修也に会いたかったからだってね。
じゃああれは本当だったんだ。
そこでリュウ・ワイムです。
リュウ・ワイム？
先生、最近の三振位事情に疎いんだな。
修也先生、ワイムも新宿に来てるんです。三振位の次期シャンチュー候補とそのすぐ下の地位につけてる弟幹部が相次いで日本に来る。どういうことなんだろうとみんなが不審を抱いてます。先生は今いろんな意味で注目の的なんですよ。気をつけてくださいね。何かあったら相談に乗りますから早めにご事情を打ち明けてください。
修也か？
アンディ、あの日から1週間ぶりの電話だった。またしても放置されていることに悩みもしたが、ここのところ妙に患者が多く、昼にはくよくよと考えている暇がなくて助かった。
やっと時間が取れた。明日の夜飯を食おう。前と同じに下の店まで迎えに行く。9時でいいか？
明日は
先約なんてないだろ。ほっときゃお前はそのビルから一歩も出ないで過ごしてるのなんてとっくに調べがついてる。たまにはいいもの食って栄養つけろ。じゃ9時に。
先約がなくても行きたくないってことも。おい、
出してくれ。
はい。翌日夜9時ジャストに和仙が迎えに来た。どこへ向かっているんですか？
今夜は横浜に行く。
横浜？僕はてっきりこの間と同じ店に行くのだとばかり。
あの店が気に入ったのか？
ええ、とても美味しかった。
じゃあ今度また連れて行こう。
今度がまだあるのかとは聞けなかった。
お前は相変わらず顔に出るな。
何が？
期待してたほどの味じゃないって 前の店の方がお気に召したらしいな。
ここはここで美味しいです。
日本人好みの味付けでうまい。でも俺が香港でお前の舌に覚え込ませた味は何にせよもっと濃くて深い現地の味だ。
そうですね。僕はあなたに香港でいろんなことを教えられた。大した日数じゃなかったのに、今となっては親の教えよりあなたに教わったことの方が体にも頭にも残っている。
お前はすっかり俺好みになってるよ。
後ろに何か。竜ワイムだ。先日黒にもらったデータの中に画像があった。中性的で華やかな美貌。兄とは似てないが目を引く要望の持ち主であるというところは兄弟共通してる。ワイムとワセンはそれぞれに役割分担をしていて、ワイムが資金源としているのは麻薬の取引らしい。ワイムは中国各地で工場を経営している。表向きは繊維やシャンプーの工場だが、その裏では麻薬の生成をしているという噂がある。
兄さん、横浜に来ているのなら私に声をかけてくださればいいものを。オーナーが教えてくれなければ兄さんに会えずじまいだった。
余計なことを。
はじめまして、竜ワイムです。和仙の弟です。
はじめまして。野瀬と申します。
存じてます。お会いできてとても光栄です。想像していたよりずっと綺麗な方で驚きました。
ワイム。
嫌だな、そんな怖い顔をして。兄さんがコソコソしているから嫌がらせをしたくなっただけなのに。
コソコソしてたわけじゃない。今夜の横浜は飯はついでだ。
他にどこかに？
お前の苦手なじいさんとこだ。柊也と親交を深めたいっておざくならこの後一緒に行くか。
気楽堂ですか。それはちょっと。怒られたので退散します。そのうちまたお目にかかることもあるかと思いますが、その時はどうぞお手柔らかに。
食事の後連れて行かれたのは料亭を思わせる古い造りの日本家屋だった。門扉には宋という表札がかかっていた。
早かったな。もう少しのんびり来るかと思っとったが、まあ入りなさい。
漢方薬局気楽堂だ。先代が引退した時に店を畳んだので表立って商売はしてないが、馴染みの客にはこうやって自宅を開放して品出しをしてくれる。
馴染みの客でもスカが相手には何も出さんよ。
20畳ぐらいのスペースに秩序正しく棚が配列され、それぞれ瓶や磁器の壺が並べられていた。片側には大きな冷蔵庫が3台連なり、低い音を響かせている。これがみんな漢方の薬なんですか？
アニスの実、食欲増進。メスグモの干したもの。
効能は？
珍味。卵が入ってるのが舌の先でプチプチと弾けてなかなかうまい。嘘だ。まあ珍味のことは確かだが、効能は需要競争。これは軟膏じゃな。少し試し塗りしてみるかい？
はい。
器用そうな手をしとるの。アンディの言ってた通りだ。
アンディの？ここではワセンはアンディなのか。そういえばさっきから姿が見えない。
奴は別で待ってるよ。アンディ・リュウ・ワセン。どちらの名前でも彼の本質は変わらん。奴があんたの手はいい手だと言っとった。実際そうみたいだな。あんたはいい頭脳線と生命線を持ってるんだ。運命線がここで一旦切り替わってる。ちょっと前に人生の転機があったようだ。その後はおおむね自分の思う通りに暮らしてるらしい。いい手相だ。
手相まで見るんですか？
いや、そうは知らんが、うちじゃそうだ。薬を煎じるときに参考になる。とりあえずあんたは健康。若干睡眠不足気味かな。体と心が休まるお茶を煎じてやろう。 飲んでいくといい。用意ができたら呼ぶから、それまで好きに見てなさい。
和仙に呼ばれるまで僕はずっとその部屋に見せられていた。宗老人の煎じてくれたお茶を飲む。そこでも漢方についての話題が弾み、帰り際には宗老人から資料本を数冊と鎮静剤になるという植物の根を煎じた粉をお土産にと渡された。
ったく、宋のじいさんの方がお前には魅力的ってのががっかりだよ。俺と何を話している時より嬉しそうな顔で笑いやがる。
今日はありがとう。すごく楽しくてためになった。昔に帰ったみたいだ。僕はまだ何も知らず、和仙を尊敬できる年上の男性なのだと信じていた頃。
どちらの名前でも彼の本質は変わらんよ。
僕は和仙の手にそっと触れてみた。和仙が僕の手を握り返してくる。繋いだ手からぬくもりが伝わってきて、胸の奥がじんわりと温かくなった。なんだか最近うちの電話が聞き取りづらいんですよ。
電話が？どんな風にですか？
ノイズが混じるんです。
先生、その電話のノイズですけどね、うちもなんですよね。多分盗聴されてます。
盗聴？
私の場合、やすやすと盗まれるような情報はどうでもいい類のものなので今は泳がせてますが、先生のところもとなるとまた話は違ってくる。先生のところにかかってくる電話で盗聴器を誰かに仕掛けられる類のものって竜は線絡みしかないですよね。
そうか
ワイムにもあったって話じゃないですか。
な。どうして？
修也先生、和仙の動きはみんなが注目してるんですよ。和仙を見張ってれば修也先生とつながりがあることなんてすぐわかる。二人とも隠す気もないんですから。和仙があなたにコンタクトを取ったってあたりから修也先生の人気は組員連中に急上昇ですよ。
急上昇ってどういう？
患者が増えてるでしょう。先生の様子を探りに来てるんですよ。その上ワイムともあったってなると、そりゃあ盗聴もされる。
横浜の店で食事中に挨拶しただけだよ。みんなが知りたがるような話なんてひとっかけらも聞いてないし、僕と和仙はそういう関係じゃない。
先生、私に話しておくべきことが何かありませんか？
いや、何もない。
じゃあ私からも先生に話すことは何もないです。盗聴の件に関しては分かったところでご報告します。先生もあまりうかつなこと言ったりしたりしないように。
はい。メッシュと話してから2週間余りが経った。診療所は一時の忙しさが嘘のように閑古鳥が鳴いている。今日まで和仙からの電話はない。盗聴されている電話でも和仙からの連絡が欲しかった。
メッシュはここには来ないよ。
なんで？
本店は別の場所に移したから。ここが2号店になって、俺が基本的にここの店長。
それはちょっと不便だな。メッシュも事前に相談してくれればいいのに。
先生不便だなって、そんな一言じゃないよ。
何が？
修也先生はモグリの医者で、この辺の組関係の連中に重宝されてる。だからここは暗黙のうちに中立地帯になってた。だよね。
ああ、そうだ。
なのにだよ。そこに三神医の幹部がやってきて、修也先生にコンタクトを取る。その後でまた別の幹部が来て、そいつも先生と横浜で会った。しかも後から来た幹部は覚醒剤の売買でしのぎを上げてるやつだ。医者の修也先生のところにはいろんな薬物があるよね。麻薬のストックもあるし、保管場所も用意してる。
まあ、あるな。手術するには麻酔も必要だし。
つなげて考えてみなよ。修也先生が新しく三神医の日本の覚醒剤販売ルートの一つになるんじゃないかと思われてもおかしくないだろ。むしろ大抵の連中はそれを考える。最近修也先生のとこ繁盛してただろ。様子見と牽制だよ。 医者だから中立地帯を形成できてたけど、薬物販売始めるってことになったら先生は競合相手だ。そうなるとうちが戦場になる。だからメッシュはひとまず逃げた。了解？
了解。
それで逆にパタリと人が来なくなった理由は、盗聴してたのが公安か警察みたいだから。それはメッシュが裏を取った。で、そうなってくるとメッシュも身辺に張り付かれるのはヤバいからってのも本店を動かした理由。こっちも了解？
了解。すごい迷惑かけてんだね、僕。
迷惑かけてるのは修也先生よりワセンとワイムだけど、早いとこ関係についてメッシュに打ち明けてくんないから動きづらかったってのがあるかな。だいたい先生もこれから仕事しづらいよ。どうすんだよ、モグリー社が警察に目をつけられて生き抜けるのかよ。
なるほど、死活問題だ。
で本店はこっち。メッシュができたら今日中に顔出してくれって今説明した絡みで伝えときたいことがあるって。事前に何時に行けるかを俺が連絡することになってる。夜はどう
？5時に診療所を閉めた後なら何時でも。
じゃあ今夜5時過ぎにこっち出るからって伝えとく。
5時を過ぎ、僕は診療所を閉めてメッシュのところへ向かった。メモによるとさほど遠い場所じゃないので歩いていくことにする。危ないな。もうちょっと広いところで止めればいいのに。
那須修也さんだね。
拳銃？
竜和仙が呼んでる。ちょっと来てもらえるかな。
和仙か？
あんた、これに見覚えがあるよな。
竜の指輪、和仙のものとそっくりだ。本物？
おっと、来てもらおうか。
なんでですか？
誰にも邪魔されないところで話がしたいからだ。
僕には話したいことなんてない。相手の意図も分からず、あからさまにうさんくさい男たちに素直に連れ去られてたまるか。
何もたもたしてんだよ。おい、早く乗れ。おかしな動きをしたら撃つ。おい、手足しまって口止め塞げ。こっちの言う通りにしてくれれば無傷で返す。大丈夫、悪いようにしないよ。
どこに連れて行かれるんだ？
竜和仙と話をつけたい。
和仙と？じゃあやっぱり和仙が呼んでいるというのは嘘だったんだ。
あんたは和仙と個人的に親しい間柄なんだろう。
僕は彼の連絡先を知らない。
連絡先をあんたが知ってるか知らないかはどうでもいい。俺たちにとって有利になるように話を通してくれればいいだけのことだ。
有利にって何をですか？
商売についてだ。俺たちは香港の連中に書場を荒らされるのはまっぴらなんだよ。香港で生成したシャブを日本を経由してアメリカに輸出して大金稼がれるのには飽き飽きだ。だから手を引いてもらいたいんだよ。
それを僕に交渉しろと？無理だ。僕にはそんな力はない。あなたたちは何か勘違いをしている。
勘違い？
僕は和仙とそういう類の話を一切していない。だから。
おい！話は違うぞ。お前こっちに来い。
あなたは和仙の車を運転していた青年だ。どうして彼がここに？
お前はあの指輪と同じものを作ってみせればこいつがホイホイついてくるって言ったよな。けどこいつは拒絶しやがったぞ。
はあ。
しかも自分には和仙を止める力はないと言っている。どうなんだ？
それは違います。この男は竜和仙のアイレンです。この男の体を盾に取ったら和仙は止められます。
アイレン、大切な最愛の相手。
そりゃ綺麗な顔してるけど、でもな。
僕はずっと和仙について見てました。何年も。この男以外に
和仙が執着した相手はいなかった。
まさか嘘ですよ。僕にそんな価値なんて。
ありますよ。僕は和仙から聞いてるんです。あなたが和仙の愛恋で待つだけの価値があるから、あなたがその気になるまで待ち続けようと思うって。
和仙は僕を愛恋だと思ってくれていた。本当に。
男の愛恋ね。さてじゃあどうしたもんかな。少し痛い目に遭ってもらって泣きながら和仙に電話ってのがいいかな。
そんなのじゃ和仙動きません。この薬使うといいです。愛恋が薬漬けになったら和仙薬の売買をしない。もともと麻薬の商売好きじゃないんです。
好きじゃないったって現にマーケットを広げようとして来日したんだろう。それにこいつが薬漬けになったからって和仙が売買から手を引く意味がわからん。
この薬ワイムのところで作りました。ドラゴンフラワーって名前ついてます。ワイムのプラントでしか作れないし扱ってません。持ち出しもできない。この薬で廃人になったら和仙はワイムが裏切ったと思います。あの二人は兄弟だけど本当に仲がいいわけじゃない。だから和仙ワイムを疑うはず。そして内輪もめになります。
へえ。でもそれをお前がどうして持ってるんだ。
ワイムにもらいました。僕が動いてるのはワイムの命令です。
そしてお前はさらにワイムも裏切ってうちに駆け込んだってわけか。とんでもないやつだな。まだ若いのに腹黒い。
これを何回も飲むと確実に廃人になります。記憶残らなくなる。気持ちいいけど脳が壊れます。
そんなもの飲まされてたまるか。
僕の顔見られた以上あなたには壊れてもらわないと困るんです。和仙にもワイムにも追われず彼らが二人殺し合ってくれないと僕が困る。お金が必要なんです。
なんだ和仙。
違うんです。これはワイムに頼まれて。
ワイム。
そうです。ワイムがその男を連れてこいと言いました。その男を和仙から遠ざけて和仙の日本での立場を自分より下のものにするためです。全部ワイムの計画。証拠もあります。この薬です。
そうか。おいワイム。
何ですか？
聞こえただろ。全部お前が画策したことだそうだ。
申し訳ないけれど私だったらこんなヘマはしない。兄さんを仕留めようと思ったなら確実に仕留めます。生き延びられた時の報復が怖い。
なるほど。だがもし間抜けなことにそんな計画を立てていたならバレた時には白を切り通すだろう。
兄さんが信じなくてもそれはそれで構いませんが、私は今回の件とは無関係です。何度も言ってますが、私が日本に来たのは工場から大切な私の新製品を盗んで持ち去った人物の捜査のためです。ところでコンはどうして生きてるんですか？兄さんともあろう人が撃ったのは太ももらしくない。
医者の前で人殺しはしちゃいけないかと思ってね。これ以上嫌われたらたまらない。
まあいいでしょう。コンは連れて行きますよ。
やめてくれ。
大丈夫か？
僕のことより腕から血が。さっき撃たれたんですか？止血しないと。
お前が止血してくれ。手当ては得意だろ。
こっち向いて。心臓より高く手を上げて。
かすり傷だろ。
黙って。シャツの切れ端じゃ長さが足りない。ネクタイを使いますよ。何？
いや、お前が俺の服を脱がせてくれるのは初めてだと思ってね。
何を言うかと思えば、あんたって人は。
文句を言うより先に助けてくれてありがとうってセリフはないのか？
ありがとう。 監禁されていた場所から和泉に連れて行かれたのはメッシュが移転した新事務所の2階で、前と同じような設備の診療所が用意されていた。そこに着くまでに僕を拉致した男の身元は調べられ、城島組という小さな組の幹部候補だということが分かっていた。驚いたことに和泉は僕にその男の手当てをさせた。もちろん和泉と彼の部下たちの治療も。血と悲鳴と涙の一日はそうして終わり、翌日僕はメッシュと顔を合わせた。メッシュ、僕はまだいろんなことがよくわからない。
何が知りたいんですか？
メッシュは僕を撃ったでしょ。
どうしてそう思いました？
黒にメッシュのところに時間を決めて顔を出せって言われて、外に出たら車が待ってた。そして拉致されてすぐに和泉が助けに来た。僕が拉致されてる場所を教えてくれたのはメッシュだって和泉は言ってましたけど、タイミングが良すぎると思うんです。
ワイムも動いてましたよ。ワイムはあの運転手をずっと疑ってて見張っていたらしい。
ワイムもっていうことはメッシュも動いてたんですよね。
和泉も動いてましたしね。和泉が修也先生とコンタクトを取り出してから、警察やらマトリやらが張り付いて大変だったんですよ。あのままだったら先生の診療所は潰れただろうし、私もあんな状態の診療所を2階に置いたままではやっていけませんでした。で、和泉は警察の上層部と政治家を動かしたんですよ。日本のとある大物右翼と政治家の癒着資料を洗い出して、それをネタに先生のところから警察とマトリの捜査が手を引くことと、日本での和泉の行動の自由を確保したようです。そういう方向で話をつけたから、移転ついでにケチのついた診療所も移してやってくれって頼まれたんですよ。
和泉がそんなことを。
政治家と警察を動かした男には当面従うのが得策ですからね。私の事務所もおめこぼしのおこぼれに預からせてもらえそうですし。
なのにどうして僕を城島組に売ったんですか？
そうするのが一番うまく収まりそうだったからですよ。和泉が来たことで先生の診療所は中立地帯として作用しなくなりつつありました。バランスっていうのは知らない間に崩れるぐらいなら、計算して自力で一気に崩した方が後の修正が楽なんですよ。
楽って。
実際城島の鉄砲玉を捕まえて和泉はこれから有利に交渉するでしょう。城島のさらに上層に位置する組にも面談をして、和泉自身の怪我も見せて、今回は痛み分けで穏便にっていう方向でまとめに入るでしょうね。
そうなんだ。
そうですよ。ついでに修也先生の診療所を中立地帯にっていうのもあちこちで確約取ってくるでしょうし、だから城島の先生を拉致した男、先生に治療させたでしょう。先生は今や危害を加えられた組の連中も治療してくれた名医師だ。もぐりだけどね。城島に先生を撃ったっていうと人聞き悪いけど、どっちにしろ和泉の運転手が動いてた関係で先生どこかで拉致されてた可能性が高いんだから、私でよかったんですよ。
よかったのか。でももし間に合わなかったらどうするつもりだったんですか？
間に合わなかった時は和泉がその程度の器だったんだなと判断します。それは私のミスじゃない、和泉のミスだ。
僕は間に合わなかった時の僕は、その時にはそれでも助ける算段があったんですよね。
間に合わなかったらどうだったんでしょうね。
メッシュ、
生きて帰ってきたから笑い話です。笑って流してください。
笑えない。でも確かに、とりあえず僕は生きている。メッシュが善意だけで動いているわけではないのが分かってしまったけど、味方についてくれる限りは100人力だと思う。
どこに行くんだ？
前のビルに着替えを取りに行くところです。
ちょろちょろ出歩くわ。ほとんど寝てないだろうな。
それはあなたも同じじゃないですか。
ついでだからビルまで送ってやる。乗るといい。
どこかに出かけるはずだったのでは？
お前の顔を見てから野暮用を一つ済ませる予定だった。ここで会えてよかったよ。
傷の具合は？
痛み止めを飲んだ。特に不自由はない。
今後も診療所を開いていられるのはあなたのおかげだとメッシュに聞きました。 命を助けてもらったことも含めて感謝してます。
その感謝は間違ってるな。俺がお前に会わなければお前の生活は安泰だった。俺がかき乱した生活だから俺が調整して当然だ。感謝されるようなことじゃない。
ありがとうございます。上がっていきませんか？怪我の具合を見たいし、そんなに長い時間は取らせませんから。
少し待て。
はい。
コンが、僕はあなたのアイレンだと言ってました。
それで？
だけど僕は、あなたにまだ一度もきちんと言われてない気がする。愛してるとか、好きだとか、そういう言葉を。
言葉がないと伝わらないのか。
あなたは僕を本気で欲しがったことなんてない。
どうしてそう思った？
帰りたければ帰れと。初めての時も次も。
だったら俺がお前を無理やりに監禁して閉じ込めれば満足だったのか？
いいえ。
ならばお前は俺のアイレンになる覚悟があるのか？
それは。
今夜用事を済ませたらここに寄ろう。それともここじゃなくもう一つの方か？
こっちに。荷物の分別は短時間ではできないからゆっくりやるよ。
そうか。だったらまた後で来る。俺はお前を愛してるよ。言葉には出さなくても俺とのセックスでお前はそれを感じてたんじゃないのか？
そうか。帰りたければ帰れというあの言葉は僕が遊びの相手だったからじゃなかったんだ。和仙は何もかも奪い尽くすような激しさで僕を愛した。それでいて壊れ物を扱うかのように優しくも接してくれた。和仙は僕の体も心も全てを欲してくれていた。あとは僕が決めるべきことなんだ。和仙が戻ってきたのは11時を過ぎてからだった。診療所ではなくその上の階の支室に上がってもらった。荷物を整理しながらいろいろと考えた。
何を？
僕はあなたの重荷になると思う。日本人だし裏社会のことなんてほとんど知らないようなものだ。今回だってあなたの足を引っ張った。
俺のアイレンになるっていうのはそういうことだ。今回に限らない。お前を利用しようとする輩はまた出てくるだろう。よそのトップや幹部連中の女はバリケードみたいな屋敷に閉じ込められて済んでるよ。どこに行くにも送迎とボディーガード付きでな。
僕には無理だと思う。物理的にずっと閉じ込められてる分には文句はない。でも自由のない暮らしはできないよ。僕は今の暮らしをやっと手に入れたんだ。モグリの医者なんて胸を張って威張れる仕事じゃないけどこの暮らしを手放せない。
だろうな。再会してすぐに分かったよ。無理に連れてったらお前は逃げてくって。
それでも僕はあなたのアイレンになれるんだろうか？
強欲だな。俺が何もかも用意しないとお前は俺の手を取らないのか？お前から言ってみろ。俺に言わせたがるばかりじゃなく。
僕はあなたが欲しい。
で、
あなたが僕を必要だと言うならアイレンに。でもあなたはきっと閉じ込められて生気を失った僕には興味がないでしょ。僕に選ばせたその後であなたはどこでどんな風に僕を飼うつもりなんですか？
そうだな。 こういう時にはねだるようなキスをする。どこでそんな手札を覚えた？
あなた以外を僕は知らない。だからいつかあなたが離れてしまうかもしれないと怯えながら、あなたのことだけ考えて閉じこもって暮らすのは嫌です。ハイレンとして危険な目に遭う覚悟ならできてる。でもそれ以外のあなたに飽きられてしまうかもしれない未来が怖い。
いつになく熱烈なことを言ってくれる。
熱烈。
久々に可愛いやつだと思えたよ。一緒に来いとは今は言わない。俺はお前を閉じ込めたくはない。だけどたまにはこっちに会いに来てもいいか？
はい。
あいにくと怪我をしてるんだね。俺が欲しくてたまらないって言うんなら自分で濡らして俺の上にまたがれ。
長いキスの後、寝室へ行こうかと誘ったのは和仙なのに、服を脱いでベッドに横になると意地悪くそう言った。和仙の愛は乱暴で甘いけれども、それが愛であるなら痛みもこの先の絶望も僕は全て受け止めよう。それを覚悟というのならとっくに覚悟はできているのだから。はい、ドロップアウト甘い爪痕、ただいま収録が終了いたしました。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。はい、私は、野瀬修也をやらせていただきました平川大輔でございます。イエイイエイイエイファイトお、頑張るはい、ではまずは、今日の私の素敵なお相手、
どうも皆さん、竜和仙やらせていただきました三宅健太です。
お疲れ様でした。
いやー、平川さんと久しぶりの
ね、そうですね。はい。
以前も思ったんですけど、
はいはい。
皆さんこう平川さんとカップルをやらせていただくときなんですが、
はい。
特にこの激しい恋愛を繰り広げるパターン多いですね、平川さんとは。
なんかちょっとこう、襲いかかられる的な。
そうですよね。
はい。
平川さんの、
はいはい。
すごく僕両親に言った。
なんで
なんかね、もうちょっといたわってやって
お優しいわ、今好感度グングンって上がってますから。
じゃあここらでやめとくか。でも本当楽しかったです。
はい、ということで宮田さんでした。ありがとうございました。そして続いては不思議な感覚の黒をやってくださったこの方。
どうも、黒をやらせてもらいました、鈴木達久です。今日はすごい低い声だったので、普段と違う声で喋るのが難しかったです。このくらいでいいですか？
戻ってきて戻ってきて。
はい、そんな感想で一緒に暮らせていただきます。お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。そして、ちょっと綺麗な感じの本当に兄弟っていうような弟をやってくださったこの方。
はい、どうも、ワイム役をやらせていただきました梶裕貴です。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。僕梶君があんな低めの声を出してるのを聞いたの実は初めてで、
僕もあんまり経験がないんですけども、
いろんな引き出し持ってんな。
いやパンパン言うてますけどもこれがもう頑張っていきたいと思いますね。お願いします。
ありがとうございました。はい。そして忘れちゃいけないのがこの方です。
そうですね。
一体この人は敵？それとも味方？はい。メッシュをやってくださったこの方。
はい、どうもお疲れ様でした。メッシュ役をやらせていただきました成田健です。この人は本当に味方なのか敵なのかどっちでしょうね。僕にもまだ分かりませんね。メッシュは、すごいなんかやり手の男なのでね、これからちょっと楽しみにしていきたいなと思っています。はい、今日はどうもありがとうございました。
はい、ということでドロップアウトバックステージトークのコーナーでした。さよなら。
I feel like if we feel like there's so this is just like my personal opinion, right? But from what I learned in therapy with like exposure therapy and shit, is that essentially it's like it's always good to know what's going on with yourself and to know who you are actually, because that's going to be the way how you're most stable. Because if you know your triggers, for example, you might like be triggered the same like by the situation from like when you don't know it to when you know it, but now you can anticipate triggers, and like when a trigger comes up, you're not like, oh my god, is this real, like do I need to like punch people? But you can just be like, oh wait, I think this is my trigger, I think I just interpreted this situation like this, and it's actually not as bad as I think. So with sort of having that in mind, I personally really like to explore resistances I have. So if I have a resistance, well, I don't know where it's coming from. So it's like it's not like I have the resistance to jump from the balcony and then I explore jumping from the balcony, okay? Like that would be stupid. But it's like if I don't know, like don't like going outside alone, or that I don't want to go into a dark room or whatever. Like it really doesn't matter. But if there's some sort of resistance, I really like to explore that resistance. And sometimes when I don't explore it, I don't have enough information to actually know why I have a resistance. So if I can't make sense of it, I sort of like to put myself in that position, because then when I feel the fear, I sort of probably have like more information to actually know what I'm actually fearing and where that fear is coming from, or where that resistance is coming from, or what like negative expectation I assume is going to happen, or something like this, you know. So yeah. So this is why I think if I would feel like, oh no, crying is so bad, I think I would like to challenge myself on why actually. And if I don't know without challenging the actual thing, I would like put myself like a bit into that situation and just like see if I can understand it then. Yeah. But like, you know, like you do you. You don't need to do that. I just like to know why I do stuff, how I do stuff. I think it helps to get over stuff, because it just gives you more context, I guess. Yeah. Like, I also think it was seen as like very dark humor, so that's why I said like I think there needs to be like a fat keck W behind it, with like just kidding, to like make it very obvious that it's just very dark humor. Hi, crying angry baby. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I know my triggers, and I know what's going on with myself. The issue is how to recover from it mentally without blaming myself for it, being fired, trying to stream again and feel like I'm failing at it, and having to fear from my own dad. I'm a terrible wife for trying to follow my dreams. Oh, here. Okay. Then having to hear from my own dad, I'm a terrible wife for trying to follow my dreams. Plus, I've trying to conceive, and I can't for 3 years now. I'm having a hard time coping with all this. I'm sorry, love. That is a lot. So, do you share this to anybody? Like, do you have anybody in your life who's going through this with you? Or do you feel alone with all of this? Yeah, same, Esther. Same. Suppose our therapy rules. Mental health support, are we helping you or are you helping us? Well, I'm trying to help you. I think it would low-key be stupid as fuck to like be like chat like therapize me. It's like, I don't know, like people don't even like the formats where like chat coach me are already troll as fuck. Like coach me in like mental health over a game. That's gonna be tough, I'm gonna be honest. Yes, it is. Your husband knows how I feel about it. Do you feel like your husband is like supporting you with everything? And is it only your husband? It will make great content though, we can cure your mind easy. I think we had somebody say we should all take drugs and would be better for it multiple times already. Also shrooms. So just putting that out there. I mean, you're right. I feel like I went to a therapist to find out why, but this and also my other problems I told before I have to wait. I can't afford to go to therapy because the stuff I told you about I just pushed down, ignoring it and doing the positive stuff, except solving these issues. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you when the right time is, right? It's like sometimes we're in survival mode and then we can't fix ourselves in survival mode because we're in survival mode, right? Like sometimes we have to get to a safe environment first and then we can actually like work on our issues and seek out therapy and everything. I feel like everybody needs to make that decision for themselves when they want help and with what they want help, right? He's amazing support. I'm glad to hear that. I feel like so the question with like, you know your triggers, but it's just like really hard to like mentally recover from anything like going wrong. I mean, on one hand, it's definitely a thing you learn in therapy, right? Like if you have full-fledged therapy, you're gonna get just like a professional who's focused on you, who's gonna meet you like multiple times a month or even per week. It just sort of depends on like what type of therapy you end up in, right? So if you've never tried therapy, I feel like therapy is like can really help, like if that's available to you. If that's not available to you, I feel like there's only so much one person can offer us. And I think we're mentally way better off if we have multiple people we can rely to and talk to. Because I bet your husband is supportive and amazing, but your husband also only has one perspective, right? And sometimes also we just need to hear things multiple times to get it in our brains, right? So, I don't know, maybe like finding friends and finding friends you can, or like opening up to the friends you already have. So you have friends you can talk about this and get support from with this. Could be really, really nice. there's also people who just sort of hurt us more than others, right? Which is, for example, our family. So getting this like very negative opinion by your dad that can just hurt more than other things, right? Because it's not a regular person, but it's because somebody who's close to us. And putting down some boundaries or talking about how this hurt you and you don't want this to happen again, can also be very important. And I feel like, especially, for example, with having this point there where it's like conceiving struggles and also maybe a bit of fear, like to be a bad wife because your dad said that. It's maybe nice actually to have some friends who can relate to this firsthand, right? So maybe there is like a Reddit thread or like a community online you could talk to and find people who can relate with this struggle of like not being able to conceive. I had friends, but after losing my job, they wouldn't try and meet up anymore, so I stopped trying. Perhaps you weren't friends like that in the first place. Oh, I'm sorry for you. I mean, for me, I moved to the Netherlands, so I moved a country, and I didn't have friends here for a long time. But now recently, essentially all of the friends I made here are either through Zek's work, which is my husband's work, or through Bumble, or actually just like neighbors. But these are like the friends I made. So maybe you can do something like this, or like a hobby, or just like something where you're gonna get to know people and can find friends with that. Or, I don't know, bring some food over to your neighbors, or do like a neighborhood board game evening, or like something else you like, you know. To find people you connect with. Apart from that, sometimes with those friends where you feel like, oh, like they didn't try and meet up anymore, and so I stopped trying, it can help to talk about this openly. Because sometimes people like low-key avoid us, but they're not actively doing it, but more it's sort of passively happening. And then bringing up the issue actively can resolve whatever was in a way. But it's also fair to just find new people, right? Like maybe you can join a club or something. Art groups is amazing already, yeah. Okay. Well. But art groups is amazing already. So maybe you can find some people there. And I feel like otherwise, just like getting over things, I guess it also depends what type of person you are, right? Like I'm a very social person. Like I like to talk about my problems, and I like to sort of get an opinion to it as well. And this is why, like, I just then like, I don't know, I just spend a lot of time with friends in those moments and like talk to them. I also really like being in nature and like not being in front of the PC. That actually also helps me a lot. Yeah. But there can be a lot of different things. So, I don't know, like you could do sports, you could like, you know, do art about it. Like you could make pictures about it and draw about it. You can journal about it. You can you can get like very spiritual about it as well. You can also go to like a rage room or something. So yeah, that's the same for me. Okay, Summer. So this is why I actually really liked finding friends with Bumble, because I just could sort of like cherry pick a bit beforehand, I guess, to see if the vibe is nice. And I didn't have to like get to know like super many people, but I could like vibe check them before investing much time in them. Yeah. Used to do salsa. It was in a show group in which but it's so costly. Maybe there's just a local bar or something, or local dance evening. Like there's sometimes events like this, or like a club where they just have like salsa music, or like a salsa evening. Like sometimes something like this exists. Hi Lisa, welcome. How are you doing? Hi Banana. I'm gonna focus on the mental health part right now, because we're super in it. I love how Indiana John was just like, don't do shrooms unless your doctor tells you to, and then though if your doctor tells you to do shrooms, maybe you want a new doctor. What? Somebody told you to take acid? Or was that the guy also like talking about the shrooms as that? Yeah. I think they were banned already, right? I feel like most of those were just banned instantly. And hi the wisdom, by the way, welcome, welcome. Okay, you all are talking about shrooms and making sure like nobody's taking them. Perfect. I'm just gonna focus on the on Akane-sama. Yeah, exactly. Like ballroom dancing, there's definitely also some events here I heard about. Like a friend of mine is actually doing ballroom dancing. And also something else, but I forgot what it was. So yes, I want to go back to salsa socials, but just have this fear if they ask how I've been. I mean, is there a way how you can overcome that fear? because I feel like it could be like really, really nice, no? Like you could find just the right people at these lots of socials. I mean, also you don't need to be like completely honest, right? Like you don't need to tell them the whole story. You can just say like, been a tough couple of months, you know? You know how life is. How have you been doing? You know? The vibe check. It wasn't in the stream, it was... oh, okay. Damn. I answered a bit ago, but essentially, like, there wasn't like much of a question, right? So, like, I completely understand if your environment right now is like too, like, not safe enough to sort of like open that box of Pandora, it feels like, then that's your choice. And I'm not gonna tell you to do different. Like, I don't know better than you. And I'm just gonna support you with like what you want to do and like how you want to approach this. If you at some point find out like, you know what, like I can't wait longer, like I think it's only getting worse and I do want to approach it even though I'm still in this environment, like then for sure we're here. But if you want to, like, if you feel like, okay, like I'm gonna wait with this until, you know, I'm like, I have the energy left and the environment to like do that and it's not one of my priorities right now, then like go do that, you know. Oh, that stream is banned now. I cry easily and I'm easy to read also. So you're scared of crying in that moment? I see. Can your husband maybe just come with you or something? And that maybe puts you in a position where you feel safe enough to go there? Hi, unknown. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? All right. See you later again, Acroft. I see, Esther. But yeah, it's like I understand how you feel. It's just like I personally, I also like I obviously like I feel like that wouldn't have been necessary. But for me personally, it's just one of those things, Asta, where I'm like, some people just have a really shit day, and that shit happens, you know. And like we stated our boundaries, we deleted the message, we made it clear. To be fair, there was no like saying sorry or anything, but maybe there will be next time. Who knows? And until then, this is just really like you didn't do anything which was like not intended in this stream, right? So No, it's yeah, okay. I see. But I don't know, there's always gonna be people who make unhappy, right? It's like we can't make everybody happy. That's just not gonna happen, right? So it's like even with this stream, even though it's mental health support, we already had like so many trolls who like don't like the stream, right? Or like people who disagree with like how I do the stream. And the thing is though, for the same reason some people don't like us, other people do like us. Right? And I don't know, if it helps you, I don't feel like you ever made the decision to like take up his space or whatever. Like it was my decision, like which messages I like go into. And it sort of felt like he was fine with that as well in the beginning, right? Like he tried to help you as well and everything. Maybe he just got like too emotional. Or like he was pissed off by something else, right? Like he did say that like he has to go to like a class or something. And there's like this fucking class. So maybe it was just because of the class. I feel like we don't need to it's like, yeah, I don't think you need to worry that it was about you or that it necessarily has something to do with you. It's like I feel like we were collateral damage in that moment. Yeah. Oh my god. You didn't take the shoes, Banana? That sounds so sick, that memory. He works really early, so by the time it starts, he's in bed. Maybe he can just like go there with you the first time and you can set it so that he has like a, you know, that there's no work the next day or something. Maybe there's a moment like this. I see you, Dragu. I used to get writer's block from drinking, getting stoned on a daily basis, as it cleared all that gunk out of my system, and by eventually I was like, I don't care about getting baked or drunk anymore. So quitting drugs no longer felt boring or foggy. Damn. So acid did actually help you, Oxpecker? That's crazy. Good for you. You do crochet? Yeah, I do. And thank you for the follow, by the way, Palestina. So I made, like, these two bees are new. I just made them. It's like, there's a, like, full rainbow bee and there's, like, a bi bee. Oh my god, Banana, I love that, actually. Mistakes are learning experience. If you fail at something, you always get XP. Yeah. It's like, doing these games with the, where you have to go like through a straight parkour, like with this person who's like in a pot with a hammer or something. Do you remember that game? These like jumping games. Like life is like this. Like you fail at that boulder like 10 times, but at some point you get it. But like every time you fail, you got more knowledge of like how it looks afterwards and everything. What? General body fear? What? What is that question? If a mean person was shrunk and were trapped in your favorite food, then the only way that they could be unshrink was if you pretended to eat them for a joke. Would you do this? Why or why not? If a mean person is shrunk in my favorite food, then I can also just eat my favorite food and leave them shrunk. And like, I can always unshrink them, right? I think I would just leave them shrunk for a bit. And then, like, see how I feel about it. Send them to shrunken people therapy. And then, afterwards, like, unshrink them. I had haters come to mine yesterday accusing me of hate farming and view butting. This because of a competitive Overwatch match? Huh? What do you mean hate farming and view botting? Because of a competitive Overwatch match? I don't even know. I don't even understand. What? Do that, Asta. I think like taking a walk with your dog or something like this seems like a great idea now. Welcome to the stream, Palestina. Your notes about starting therapy requires a 4-hour trauma-focused intake session for survivors. Tuesday morning. Ooh. This is, wait, is this your first ever session with them? Like the first ever intake? So I tried to deal with it, but after the stream I cried, it affected me, and I hate that. Trolls can get me sometimes. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right, that people can hurt us. Like, when I first started streaming, I cried so much, actually. Because I just didn't really enforce boundaries. But I just tried to, like, talk to everybody and, like, be, like, a good streamer. But because I didn't enforce boundaries, it, like, low-key, I just let people bully me and was laughing it off. And then after I stopped the stream, I just cried. So, it wasn't really helpful. So, I guess for this specifically, one advice, if somebody is coming off shitty in your gut feeling, like they say hi and just, I don't know, like their first message and you're already like, ugh, I don't feel like I like them. Don't push that away. Like, it probably comes from knowledge, you know? Like, it can come from paranoia for sure. Like, if you feel that with everybody, like, do consider if you're maybe paranoid. But at the same time, if you have this, like, sometimes your gut feeling can be very accurate. And you don't have to, like, deal with passive aggressiveness in your stream. Like, even if somebody is, like, not, like, officially or not clarified aggressive towards you, but only, like, passive aggressive or, like, sort of pokey or something, you don't need to be fine with that. You can ban everybody with a purple name if you want to. You know? Just ban them. Just, like, don't even bother with it. Don't even bother with it. Like, you don't need to, like, be fine with everybody. Especially if it's, like, online, you know? Like, if you feel like, okay, there's a person where, like, I feel like I can talk to them, and they're, like, you sort of say, like, for one message, like, oh, like, do you mean this, like, as an insult? And they're instantly like, oh, fuck, no, sorry, like, no, not at all. Like, next time, I'm gonna make emotes, like, for sure, you know? Like, there's people where, like, the way they say sorry, you're instantly, without a doubt, believe them. And then there's people who, like, gonna beat around the bush, and you're like, even after they said sorry 5 times, I'm not gonna believe. It's like, it doesn't really matter if it's, like, their fault or your fault, but you're both not gonna be happy in that moment, right? And I feel like if it's if it's a stream where like they can just watch any other stream, right? Just ban them. Why bother? You know, you're not paid for this. I don't know. Ah, it's really fine, Palestina, for the long message. Don't worry. If you acted like you were about to eat them. So I can't like talk to them as well because like yeah, usually like if I were to unshrunk them, I would just like act like I would tell them like, hey, okay, like I like as far as I understand this, like I need to act like I'm eating you and then you're like being unshrunk. You know, like I would be very open about this. If they need the fear to be unshrunk, I would just like I would do it quick. I would act like I eat them and then like when they turn up I'm gonna be like, I'm so sorry I had to do this. They told me, you know, this how it works. You could be a therapist for Twitch streamers. That's me. Arcane-sama, do you want that community? Is it a safe community for you? If you're being judged and punished, or if you feel punished by them, if you enforce your own boundaries, is that a community you want? I had this experience as well. And it was my community, but I didn't feel at home in it. If they don't understand that you're gonna enforce your boundaries and that's the right choice, ban them too. Ban them too. If people don't understand that you're protecting yourself and judge you for having boundaries, ban them too. The right people will understand. We've banned her, we are a little degen, but some new ones like to be toxic and scream in the chat about someone not healing them. Just ban them. They're gonna, like, I'm gonna be really honest to you. I lost some really amazing viewers because I didn't ban toxic ones. Because viewers can't ban other viewers, right? So if I'm in your chat and there's like a toxic ass person, like I'm just gonna leave because I don't want to deal with them and I can't ban them. So I'm gonna abandon you to have those people out of my life. Like, it's actually like one of the main reasons why I low-key don't watch many other Twitch streamers. It's like, I had like back then, oh my god, that was so weird. I was in a Twitch stream and they were talking about this like, do you remember this like Netflix movie which came out about like this guy who like was manipulating and fooling like super many women to like give him like so much money and everything? And like she started talking about it and was like, damn, she watched that movie and like that was so crazy. And like because like it was like so believable and oh my god and whatever. And then just like one of her like viewers was just like, oh, but that's like just women, like, you know, like when money is involved, they just like shut off their brains and stuff. She was a woman, by the way, right? Like and I was like, I was just watching that, like I was about to say hi, sort of, just sort of seeing that conversation, seeing these answers, and she was just like, oh yeah, but I don't know, like I feel like when I like I could really see myself in those like women as well, you know, and like if you maybe like watch the movie, you would also understand. And it was just like, no, women are like, you can't trust them with money and blah 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 blah. She didn't ban him. She did not ban him. I never returned to her stream. It's like the community you shape is gonna influence the community you're gonna get as well, right? It's the same with this stream. Like, if I would like leave people here who are, for example, I don't know, would just spam the entire time, like, oh, you just need to get over it, just go to the gym, you know, just pull through, shut those feelings off, just drink a beer, whatever, you know, like, I would not have you all here. So sometimes we lose people, but we win others. Sometimes the exact reason why some people are gonna hate us is the reason why some people are gonna love us. So in that moment, when we try to not be hated by them, we also avoid being loved by those people, right? So you don't even need to like, I do understand that it's like, it can be annoying if a person is like rage baiting or like full on all of a sudden discussing with haters and like completely ignoring the main goal of the theme, but just like talking back and forth with some random troll. Like, I think that can be disrupting, right? So I understand when people like leave then or something, right? But you don't have to make a scene out of it. You don't have to make it big. You don't have to explain it. You can just be like, nah, I don't feel the vibe with you, bro. You seem toxic. You know? So just anybody like really trust your gut feeling. You're not a court. You're not a court. You don't have to make this like bulletproof decision where everybody agrees. Even with court decisions, so many people don't agree, right? It's like, just go with your gut feeling. You like somebody, leave them. You hate somebody, throw them out. You feel somebody's like feeling icky, just ban them. Just be like, bro, you're icky. Ugh. You know? They're gonna find other streams. Like, don't worry about it. Hi, Justin. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you, General Buddy. I remembered one question I wanted to ask. Is it good or not to forgive people who hurt you, both accidentally and on purpose? And if yes, how? So technically, the most successful game theory is tick for tack, which means that if somebody did something bad to you, there's consequences, but then they always get a second chance. This is in terms of game theories, right? I think if we talk about people, it really depends on just how you feel about it. Like, actually, sort of like the thing we just talked about, like for some people, like when they say sorry, you're going to believe them. To other people, you won't believe them. And you might not be able to articulate this properly the entire time, but there's probably going to be a reason for that difference. When you then notice you're not going to forgive anybody, then okay, the problem revolves around you. But if this is a thing where just like, you know, for like some people it's like this, for some people it's like that, just trust your gut feeling, just go with that. And I do think for safe attachment, the most important thing actually is to be able to reconnect. So if you want to have any sort of like very safe, very stable relationship to anybody, it needs to be okay to make mistakes, and there needs to be a way how to reconnect safely. Because there's always going to be mistakes happening for sure. Like we always mess up at some point, or don't know, or there's just we didn't see it, or you know, like there's everybody's incompetent at some point. But in safe attachment relationships, there's a way how we can talk about it where we don't need to minimize our pain, but our pain is being seen by the other person, and the other person is accountable for their actions, and makes us like feel seen and also safe. And there's a way how to like come back together and both feel safe after something went wrong again. And sometimes we need to build this skill. And then there's some people where like they're just low-key manipulating, and there's like no behavior change at all. So we have the same thing the entire time. And then it can really be important, because there's some things where we might just not be able to change that. So I don't know, like for example, like with me, if you never want me to come late ever, I'm gonna need help. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be late a couple times. And so this is a thing where, like, if I were to have a person with a super, super crazy boundary that I can never, ever come late, I think it would be super hard, actually, to make that work. And then that person would need to decide whether or not they can, like, whether or not they either want to help me achieve that goal, or if they can accept that I just will be late sometimes. And that's just the way it's going to go. Like, I tried not to, and I will continuously try not to, but in some moments, I'm just going to be 5 minutes late. And then depending on what they say there, it's like, there's going to be a future for the relationship or not. So sometimes we need to, I guess, like adjust our expectations, or maybe like just sort of make that decision whether, like, is this something we accept and then we're still happy with the relationship, or if this is something we just can't accept and we will never get happy with the relationship if this is still there. And then just see if the behavior changes there. But I feel like forgiving people is a superpower. I feel like being resentful or like not forgiving people is clinging onto us. I think especially hating people is super exhausting for the person who's hating others. Like, it's, of course, it's also a bit exhausting to be hated, but a lot of the time you can just ban them, like you're not in contact with it. But hating somebody is really exhausting, actually. Because then you're like low-key focused about them instead of you. Even though you don't even like them, so it's like not really useful to be so focused on them. So I feel like being able to forgive people is a superpower. But it also doesn't mean, like, just because you forgive somebody doesn't mean you want to have them in your life, by the way, right? It's the same like Loki with my dad. Like, I sort of like forgive him that like shit went wrong. I still don't want to have contact with him. Like, I think he has a fucked up life, and that's like, for sure there's like a lot of excuses for this, childhood, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't care, it's not gonna work with me. Like, I'm not gonna be the collateral damage for the shitty experience he had, right? So like, I don't know, like, I don't like actively hate him or anything, but I also don't want to have anything to do with him either. Like, I understand why he made the decisions he made. Doesn't mean I want to be around a person making such decisions. Right. So, does that make sense? Let me know if you have questions. Don't worry about like being auto weird, guys, but like do try to read the room, what's going on right now, how much chat is going. For example, like right now, I'm really having a tough time to catch up. So I sort of like, it would be easier for me if we would focus on the important things right now so I can like more easily catch up. Like I don't judge you guys for like making like any weird questions or whatever. The only thing is if it turns into like, it makes my job harder, right? Then it turns into a little bit of a problem. I mean, your heart doesn't need to harden, right? But you do need to take care of it. Like if you know you're a really sensitive person, I think it's really important to actually also be aware of the consequences that mean, right? So if you're a really sensitive person and things can hurt you very easily, who do you need around you? Very sensitive people who are aware of you and aware of how things make you feel and are going to be careful with the words they pick and sensitive towards you, going to be soft towards you. If you're a really sensitive person and you want to stay sensitive, having like one of those like bros around you who's like, oh yeah, I don't care, just, you know, like, I just say things, just don't be offended, like, don't be a snowflake. This won't work, right? It's just like fire and ice, like, it just doesn't happen. I feel bad, and I question if banning that person was the right call, but I'm trying my best to go with my gut feeling. It's like, I don't think you need to think too hard on it, right? Like, nobody is dependent on your stream, like, they can just watch a different streamer. And also, like, it's like it's not that deep, I feel like, to ban somebody. You can also, like, if you don't want to ban them right away, you can just be like, hey buddy, like, I'm like super sensitive, so I need you to watch your words. But you don't need to do that, right? Like, I feel like your stream, like, depending on what you want to offer in your stream, like, if you want to offer like a wholesome, good vibes space, just ban them because they're gonna keep you from having these like good vibes, wholesome space, right? Just ban anybody who's gonna like be in conflict with that goal of the stream. Because then, like, because that's like, if that is the goal of your stream, but if that were the goal of your stream, banning them would make your stream better, right? Not banning them would make it worse, because the goal is not to get as many viewers as possible. The goal is not to be a stream for everybody, where like everybody enjoys watching it, which I think is an unattainable goal. But anyways, but your goal is to provide good vibes and a space where people like can relax maybe, or where just they laugh with you, right? So if that's the name of the game, anybody who's disrupting that is making the stream worse. You can also be very specific in your chat rules. You can, like, if you read my chat rules, they're long and they're very specific. You can also have these chat rules. Like, not like these specifically. I mean, like, you can make something like this for your own chat. For example, I don't know, like, first rule, follow normal Twitch etiquette. Second rule, no passive aggressiveness. Third rule, we're all very sensitive here, so be super kind and nice. Bans are instant. And then people know. Yeah, you can like time out somebody for long, I think. Yeah. Okay, if it's about your parents, I think it's probably more about the... So there's two questions, right? Usually it's easy to forgive somebody if there's actual change. Somebody did something wrong, says sorry, and says they will never do it again. We believe them because so far they have proven to us that they will never do it again. We are easy to forgive them, usually. Or we, like, then maybe they even did it again, but they instantly recognize and they're like, oh my god, so sorry, I said I would never do it again, but now it just happened. I'm super sorry, like, what can I do for you? I hope you're fine, like, is there anything I can do? Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. They're super attuned to our needs, they feel safe, we're easy to forgive them. With parents, usually, and I'm not saying that's the case in your case, so do let me know. Well, when I hear these questions about parents, usually there's no behavior change. Usually, parents fucked up, are not insightful, maybe weren't even confronted actually that they fucked up, and might not even know that it's not okay. But there is something shitty they do, you're pissed off by it, there's no behavior change, and essentially what you're asking me is not really to if you should forgive them, but if you should accept your boundaries being crossed. With some things, like I said before with the coming too late, we can sort of think about the decision of like, okay, like can I accept this from that person and I still want that person in my life? Where it's like, I don't know, like, can I accept that this person will forever and ever forget my birthday or make me shitty gifts, but I still value them very much as a friend? But just next birthday, like, I won't even, like, you know, like, we're just gonna essentially, we're gonna make a deal of like, hey, you're my friend, I'm your friend. You don't have to remember my birthday. You don't have to make me gifts. I know you're not gonna be able to do that anyways. Like, we tried it a couple times, but I will still value our friendship even if you can't provide this for me. And if we do end up actually being able to be completely happy with that and be like, okay, like I guess I like hoped for better, but you know, like actually when I think about it, it just seems like super hard for them. And it's like, if that's the only thing, but they still come to like Easter or whatever, you know, and I still see them every week and they're like here for me when I actually need them. And then, you know, birthdays doesn't even matter that much. And then you can just accept that. It's perfect. Nice. It can take a lot of the friction away. Can make stuff very, very easy. Can be a good compromise. With my dad, that wasn't the case. That would never be the case. I would never be okay with those boundaries being crossed. Every time it would hurt. And every time it would possibly re-traumatize me. I forgive him that he can't do better. But the consequence is he's not in my life. Hmm. I mean, that's all you need to do, Banana. But should I put in the rules that I'm a sensitive streamer? Will that make me a target because internet? It maybe will make you a target. It maybe also be the exact same reason why people instantly love you. Like, it might make you a target to trolls. It might make you a target as well to other sensitive people, right? It's, for example, like me putting in the tags here that this is a mental health stream, or that we're like LGBTQ plus like positive. It's like, yeah, people can look up that tag in order to troll. People also look up that tag in order to find people which are LGBTQ positive. So again, it can be both. I think you're probably not gonna get more hate than before. Because usually, people who hate you for shallow reasons don't hate you, but have hate and need to express that. And then they use a shallow reason to be able to just direct that emotion at you. Because you are the person here now, and they need to let go of that emotion now, right? So I don't think people will be like, oh, have you seen this streamer? She's like so sensitive, like you should go troll her. Like, okay, like maybe if you cry like every time, like that's gonna, okay, that could, you know, like if you end up in a meme video because you've cried, potentially that would be bad. But it's not gonna be because you set like in your stream rules that this is a sensitive stream and everybody needs to be sensitive. Probably not. Probably you're gonna have less bad experiences because everybody's gonna read through this, and there's gonna be so many normal people who don't want to troll but who are just different than you, which you give a heads up instantly to, and which probably know from like other streams already that like sometimes my like jokes can be a bit rough or like cannot come across right. And then like, you know, like, oh, she says she's like super sensitive and bans are instant. Okay, so I'm gonna like make sure she knows it's a joke. Like I'm gonna instantly put an emoji behind it and stuff like this. You know, so you can make things also like way more streamlined and easier actually for you as well. And you don't feel as bad about banning them anymore because they knew. They knew they fucked up and then they got the consequences they knew they would get, right? Like it was their informed decision to seek out bannable means or bannable offenses, you know? Yeah. So I feel like don't worry about that. And I would full engage on your sensitive. I would make your entire stream layover be like just how you like it, even if that's super pink and cute and soft and whatever, like it doesn't matter. Make it specific, like don't reduce that to not be childish or whatever. Just be yourself. Put it in the stream rules, in caps if you want to. And then just ban everybody who doesn't fit in that. And you know, they don't need to be bad humans, they don't need to hate you or anything. Just ban anybody who doesn't fit in there, because it's gonna be like your tiny corner, and not everybody's gonna fit in, it's okay. You know, it's sort of like making like a party for like people over 40. If people below 20 are like trying to get in, you're gonna reject them, right? It doesn't mean they're bad people. They maybe just wanted to go to the club today. They maybe even like the music and it's kind of sad for them, but it's gonna change the vibe, right? So it's like, it's nothing against them, it's nothing against you, it's just like the stream has this specific purpose and you don't need to be a stream for where everybody the entire time has a space, right? Like this is also a stream where like everybody has a space in that sense that we're obviously not discriminating, right? Like LGBTQ people can be like white, black, purple, I don't care. You know, like we don't discriminate for any of those like super like random reasons. If a person comes in here who's a dick, they're gonna be banned, right? So this is not a stream for dicks. Like this is not a stream. It's not a stream for assholes. I mean. And it's not, that's not, you know, like this is not a stream for people who have this like gym bro type, like, oh, just go to the gym, like it's gonna fix all your problems, like never think about your feelings, and like putting that on everybody mentality. This is also not a stream for people who are not sensitive and like aware of their language. And that's okay, you know, it doesn't make them bad people. I had people which I banned because I said like, okay, this is not the vibe for the stream, like what the fuck? Like this is not a regular Twitch stream where you can troll me or something. This is a mental health stream, like this needs to be a safe space. And like if you just wanna, you know, like win the like who's the has the bigger dick experience, you know? Like, this is not the stream for this. Like, here we actually talk about facts and statistics and shit like this, and we listen to each other. And if you can't take part in a normal discussion, that's like, I'm sorry, mate, but it's not the vibe for this. And then that person actually said sorry to me in Discord and like sent me a very nice message of like, hey, sorry, like my message like really wasn't meant like that, and sorry I did that, blah blah blah, whatever. Like I didn't mean to like disrupt the stream like this, blah blah blah. And I said thank you. They're still banned. It's like, yeah. Thank you for seeing that. Maybe I'll read your unban request at some point. Hi Balloon, welcome. I mean, there's no change, and they think they do everything well. I want to say that was this why samurai said to not hold grudge against anyone, because one, there's a reason why they act that way they act. Two, I'll be able to like forgive them even though I don't want them in my life. To be just at peace with myself, to say, yeah. It's like I definitely like, this is exactly the thing I mean, right, with my dad. Like I believe him that he's that person. That person doesn't fit in my life. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's a bad person, or I don't need to make that judgment. I don't need to make this decision harder for myself with thinking about if it's okay for me to make that judgment or not, because I don't need to make that judgment if he's a good person or not, because I can just make the decision if they're a good person for my life and the goals of my life or not. Right. So I think in that sense, I guess just believe your, like, if you, like, I feel like do try to talk to your parents. Like, parents do have a lot of motivation to actually, like, see our needs and sort of, like, make peace with us, right? So I feel like we should always try with people. But at a certain point, it's like really, like, it's definitely fine to be like, okay, like, they're never going to change, they just don't. And I'm just going to do my thing here, and then at some point, I'm just not going to have contact to them anymore, and that's just the way it goes, because I don't really see a better way, and that's okay. Right. You're welcome. Okay, Sama. See you next time. Or like, enjoy lurking. Hi, Smart Cake. Welcome. How are you doing? I've got a lot of dude energy and chime in a lot, but maybe I'll take a step back and just listen for once. I mean, I'm gonna tell you guys if there's anything wrong. Like, so with this stream here, because it's a mental health stream, right? And because it's important here that you guys can say your opinion, we actually sort of like do explore that more, I guess. And there is usually like a bigger process to somebody getting banned, right? If somebody's coming in for the first time and they instantly like misbehave, like I don't waste my energy on trying to make that work. If they only are sort of slightly off, I just give them sort of like a comment and are like, hey, this is not what we do here, sort of remind them of the stream rules. But if you've been here for a while and like you never acted out or anything like this, I will expect that it's probably just like a bad day you're having or something, or just a bad moment, or you just didn't get the memo in that moment and there's some sort of miscommunication going on or something like this. So there's then going to be sort of like a talk, maybe not in that moment, you know, but you'll probably just be informed about the boundaries of the stream, and then I mean, it just had to be done to illustrate the point. Right, tainted wisdom, it just had to be done. Trying so hard not to be apologetic because my brain tells me it's my fault. I mean, I also feel a bit apologetic, but I also like about guy with anxiety back then, but it's like I'm gonna like take it into account next time, right? To sort of like more clearly state like whose turn it is right now, what we're talking about right now. To make sure that a transition to a different person is like very, I guess, aware, or like actively made, and like everybody is involved in that decision. But even then, right, as that like that like reaction is just not okay. So even if you did take the attention, which again I don't think we can that makes sense, but even then it's not okay. Right. It's okay to take space. It's okay to take a lot of space sometimes. I don't think, honestly, I feel like this is just how our streams go, right? Like in one moment we talk more about like one specific person, and next we talk more about a different person. That's just how this works. You know. I don't think you have to worry about that, Asta. It's like it's okay to take space. Like you don't need the approval of the other people here in stream, right? You need my approval. Like this is my stream and I'm moderating this stream. I decide who I talk to and who I don't. Oh guys, you were a bit scared? Really? Like, I did notice how it turned into like a bit more like business voice of just like, okay, just like getting the point across, because I was like a bit stressed out about like being behind in chat. But this is really like one of the first times when I used like a curse word to describe something. Damn. You don't need to be scared with me, guys. This is just I don't know. I guess I'm in those moments, I'm a bit more pragmatic because it's a thing where I notice where like back then this would have bothered me a lot. But I guess now I'm just like a bit more like clear cut on that. Which is probably a good thing. Because it's probably more like, you know, like we're gonna like keep this a safe space. And we're gonna have to ban people for that. That's just facts, you know. What do you mean that I got so much patience? Excuse me? I don't have enough patience to curse? Wait, no, I don't understand. What do you mean? Like, usually people don't have... Like, have... What? What? Ah, yeah. I mean, I wasn't cursing at anybody. So this is why I'm also like... I was just like, using a curse word to describe trolls, essentially. Like, everybody did get that, right? Like, we don't have, like, a big-ass misunderstanding about that, right? Like, I was using the curse word, like, dicks and, like, arseholes to sort of, like, describe how... Like, how the rules of the stream work, and that people like these would be banned, right? Oh no, Drago. Don't say that your mental health depends on him. But I'm glad that your next month is going to be better in terms of mental health. I mean, maybe if you have the capacity next month, like moments where our mental health is really good can be great moments to prepare, like, sort of like a crisis plan or something for when our mental health is not so good. Like, I don't want to push you. It can also just be like a great month to recover and recharge, get more energy for the next months, you know. Yeah. Hi, new here. How does one deal with grief? It's eating me slowly. How do I stop it? So, it really depends what type of person you are with grief, right? But I feel like with any sort of emotion, which is really big, it's really good actually to, yeah, process it. And to process it, we usually have to interact with it. So, for example, if you've been like suppressing your grief, it's probably not getting less because you just sort of pause it as long as you can. So, I don't know, what I really like to do with grief is I'm a really social person. I'm a social sort of processing emotions person. So I really like to talk to my friends about it, talk to other people who grieve about it. And also to just take time to remember all of the good things of this person. So I really like to sort of like, I guess, dive in there and think everything there is to think about it, say everything there is to say about it. And at some point, there's nothing to say about it anymore. And then it just gets better. other people rather like to focus on the people around them grieving and just supporting them. And then there's people who really like to just go for quiet walks in nature and just have a lot of like time where like the stimuli are low and I just feel like they can breathe, you know, and they have the space to think about these feelings and then pause and like deal with it in like a slow way. Then there's people who really like to sort of work on the future and like work towards something which they're excited for, or which is sort of has to do with the person they are grieving for. So I don't know, like doing any sort of event or project in the name of the person who died or something like this, or carry out the mission they did, or sort of like connect, I guess, in a way with the person which died. But I feel like one of the biggest things as well is just that processing grief takes time. It's not gonna be super easy. And it's just a feeling which is gonna stick around for a bit. Because so many things can remind us of that person, right? Exactly. For example, like if we're sort of sticking to that grief because there's something we felt like we should have said but we didn't. Like then doing something like Esther did, of like writing a letter to your friend or whoever died and then like burning it or putting it in a bottle and like, you know, sending the bottle off. Or doing this thing where like there's more I think like I've seen like videos of this in like Asia where they have these like air balloon mini type things and then they just send the letter away. Some other people do arts or music or poetry. Some people like to do little rituals for the person who died, sort of in remembrance of them. Or just walk a mile in their shoes. Like a thing I sort of, like a neighbor of mine lost his grandpa and was really sad about it. And the way, I guess I helped him maybe, or like what he needed from me in that moment, or the support he got at least, was that I just walked with him, like a really long walk, and he just talked to me about his grandpa, and just told me about him. And I just like kept asking questions and like, oh, okay, so that's what he did, but did he also do that? And like, how was this? And all those things. And he just told me like for 2 hours or something how great his grandpa was and like how much he liked him. And just remembering him from the best side, and I think that was also really nice. And then one thing he sort of like took away from our talk that day and then also did is actually his grandpa would have like a favorite meal. It's a low-key really shitty meal. It's just like toast with, what was it? Like mayo and ketchup or something? Just like 2 toasts, mayo and ketchup or something? I don't even know. But like something on that level, okay? And he explained to me that he would always eat this because he just didn't have time for food, bro. He would just like always make this like super simple dish to just get the calories, get the sugars in, and then like be ready to go. And then I just told him, you know what, like why don't you just go to Albert Heijn, buy those things and like make it yourself and just remember, like just walk a mile in his shoes, you know? Like, feel close to him, even though he's gone now. And I honestly think that's something where having something which makes us close to the person who died can be a really great way of just not feeling so far away from them. And I think if there's like a favorite dish they had, or a favorite place they had, or a favorite color they had, or a favorite thing they did, just interacting with that to feel close to them can be really nice. So yeah, so what he did is like eat this like sandwich thing. Yeah. I need to start by honoring what they meant in my life. I guess you can say that. Like, I guess you can phrase it that way. But yeah, just don't try to ignore their sadness. It's okay to be sad. When somebody we love dies, it just sucks. They were a part of us. Maybe we met them every week and we always talked to them and valued their opinion. And now we just like, who are we talking to now? You know, sometimes there's a fear of like, what do we actually do without them now? Like, how are we going to manage life without them? And that we actually just don't want to have it be true that they died, because then we have to find a solution to this and do all of these scary things we did with them, where they helped us to do them, and now we need all of those alone. And it can be really nice to figure out how to fulfill these needs alone, or maybe how to learn from what they told us back then. But I feel like mostly with grief, it's just a sense of missing them, right? We just miss them. We value them so much, and now it feels like there's a hole and we miss them. So I feel like then something like eating that sandwich your grandpa always used to make can, you know, really be the thing where we feel close to him again, where we don't feel so alone. Or like now maybe we don't talk to him anymore, but we just, whenever we feel like talking to him, we just eat that sandwich and just get remembered, or just remember what he would have said. Looking through all of the pictures with that person can be really nice too. Or just thinking of all the good things they did, all the reason we love them for. But yeah, just, it's good to engage with those feelings. To also find out what we need, really, right? And sometimes we just don't want to be alone with those feelings. And sometimes we just don't want other people to forget about them. And also sometimes we just need a little bit of grace that this is going to weigh on us. Like losing a person you're close to, you loved, is going to influence you, and that's okay. And the more you love them, the more it's going to influence you. So I feel like sometimes we also just need to be a little bit easy on ourselves and just see this feeling of feeling shit because we lost somebody like a feeling of love. And don't approach it as it's something like inconvenient, but approach it as I'm gonna need time to find out how to live without them. I'm gonna need time to find out how I can love the world without them in it. Yeah. Don't worry, Mel. I mean, even though, of course, this is like a harder topic, right? But mental health topics are hard sometimes, and it's not necessarily bad that they are. It's like, I don't mind talking about hard topics. And I feel like actually Esther feels very much with you right now. We talked to Esther today already, and Esther also lost a friend of his way too early to a stroke. And that's why he's also struggling right now. Struggling to find out how to go about this, how to handle these feelings, which just feel like too much. But it's fine that it's too much, and it's fine that it's overwhelming. Because I feel like losing somebody we love, we're never going to be ready for. And that's also just because of how much we love them, right? So don't be too hard on yourselves. Both of you. Acknowledge that what you're doing right now is scary. Because every person we have around us, every person in our social circle is a part of our support system, is a part of our life. So in a funny way, we lost a part of our life. And especially if somebody dies young, but also if somebody dies old, because we just never feel like we had enough time with a person. It just can be... It can be hard to find out how the future now should look like without that person. Right? Like, who will I call for help when my mom dies? Who will I get all the information about my family from and so many pictures if my grandmother is gone? It's just sometimes they didn't do like big things in our life, but they were just still a part of our lives. And only once they're gone, we actually notice how much part of our lives they were. Only once they're gone, we notice how we think about them every fucking day. You know. But just know that you're not alone with this. You're not alone with this grief. You're not alone with this heavy, heavy feeling in your chest. You're not alone with looking at something super funny or nice and just not feeling it. Just being like, what the fuck am I even, you know? What is even still, like, the sun doesn't look pretty now that this person is gone. It's like so many people feel it, and so many people have gotten through it, and it's really not about forgetting somebody. Getting over grief is not about forgetting somebody. Getting over grief is about how to learn how to still love life, even though that person is now not in it anymore. Feels like the world is missing a color I'll never see again. See ya, banana. And see ya, Dragu. Thank you for being here today. And see you guys next time. But yeah, sometimes we feel like when a person dies, everybody's gonna forget about them. And they're just gone and they're not there anymore. To me, it's really peaceful to feel how much that person still lives inside me. Because I feel like what I'm most scared of with grief is that I worry that I'm gonna forget them. But when I think about, and I sort of like I hold on to grief even, because I just don't want to let go of them. But I feel like in that moment where I think about all the things they told me, all the moments I had with them, all the weird things they did, all the weird opinions they had, all the stupid shit they did. All the mannerisms I took from them, all the words I used just because they used them and then I started to use them too. It's like they're not gone, they just now live in your heart. Which is quite a peaceful place, maybe. You know? And I feel like in honoring that, even though they're gone, their echo is still here. And that I'm one of those echoes. And their family is a bunch of those echoes. And every person I ever met is an echo of them. I don't know, it doesn't feel too lonely anymore. And it doesn't feel like I'm never going to see that color again anymore. Because the color is still there. Like, even though the light is now turned off, like the light bulb, the light is still traveling. You know? It's like when people say like a star in the sky we see. It's like the star probably like already is like gone. Exploded, imploded, whatever. But we still see it. For so many years. Welcome back, Game of Anxiety. But it has all the small things. You see them like everywhere. Like if you look out for that color in your life now, you're probably gonna notice how it's not gone. There's still so many reflections of that color everywhere. When is it appropriate to ask for your story? I'd love to hear more about the dad situation moving countries. Usually we just ask about my stories when there's like more time. So if we have like for example, like at a stream beginning when there's like less people in the beginning on a day, then that's like a really good moment. Or if there's like some time at the end because not so many people are here, then it's a good moment. And if that doesn't happen soon enough, then we might have to actually set a date for it or something. That's alright, go with anxiety. I figured as much. It would be really nice if you say sorry for Asta. Because Asta has been like beating himself up a bit and feeling like he took the time away from you. And had definitely like a rough moment because of that. So I think it would be really nice if you just would like send him a small message of like, hey buddy, I really didn't like mean to like put it on you or anything. I don't hate you and stuff. I'm really sorry. No. Exactly, Stuffies. It's like, I feel like that thing with the light of like the planet is not there, but the light is still traveling is actually, it's a really nice analogy, I think. And hi Bolt Saber, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, guys, I'm not doing good. I have stomach pain so much, by the way. I got my period like yesterday, and I'm dying. No, 2 days ago already. Still dying. Oh. Yesterday evening especially, I was dying hardcore. Oh. It's like, seriously, it's so fucked up. Like, why do I have to have this? I don't even want kids, what the fuck? Can I just opt out? This was a shitty deal. You're doing okay with a crying smiley, Bolt Saber? How am I supposed to believe this? So how are you doing? Stock up on the heat packs. Yeah, the thing is, it's like too warm. Then I just sweat the entire time. Don't wanna. It's just. It's not a. Yeah. It's like whatever you do, it's wrong. Stop being a girl, I guess. Honestly, I would just. Yeah. I'm up for it. Just give me a big dick. I'm like, you know. Like the deal is trash. Is it like this for every month? It's actually low-key, so I had to do some like I had to take like some hormonal supplements to because I like my hormones were sort of a bit out of balance. And since then it's just gotten worse. Like with the period, like beforehand it was like better. But now that apparently my hormones are doing better, my body's thinking like, yeah, we're gonna really mess her up, bro. Exhausting. Thank you for the follows. It's life, you know? What do you mean it's life? Is there anything we can do for you, Bolt Saber? Do you just want to vent, maybe? Or do you need some advice? You have a hot bottle for your rebellion bag? Yeah, that's the thing. I technically would, but I don't want to use the hot bottle because I think it's going to be too warm. So, yeah. I know it's a joke, but medically you can still get pain even if you remove your internal reproductive organs. It's really a bad deal sometimes. What? For real? Like, even if you take out your, like, how's the thing called? Like, the I just know it in German. How's it called in English? I don't even know. I just know uterus, exactly. I've seen a video. I don't know if this is true, okay? I've seen a video. It would be so crazy if it's true. It didn't seem like a lie. Anyways. So big disclaimer. I just seen this somewhere. No, absolutely. I don't know if this is right, okay? Anyways. But some woman said that, like, because she got, like, so she was pregnant 2 times, she got all of her babies already. So she knew, like, she didn't want any more babies. And then also because she had, like, apparently she had, like, symptoms, because after pregnancy, allegedly, according to this person, to this random person on the internet, your uterus can be enlarged after pregnancy, like, forever. Or something. And she had, like, side effects from that. And then a possibility is that they just take your uterus out. And if you already, like, have all your kids and everything, that's apparently, allegedly, like an okay thing to do or whatever. And she was, in this video, she was complaining about nobody told her that she's gonna feel her organs sort of waddling around, because now there's, like, empty space, right? And sort of her organs need to sort of, like, get, like, properly, you know, like, put themselves where they're supposed to go or something. I don't know. But, like, if this is true, that's, like, fucking insane. And she was like, yeah, I can, like, just feel them sort of, like, swooshing around or something. And it's like, ooh, no, don't tell me you can, ooh. This feels like one of those, like, D&D, like, memes where, like, people are, like, blah, blah, blah magic, and then, like, now you're aware of, like, of breathing or something. Where it's like, bro, not cool. You're already feeling better, Bolt Saver? What? I'm glad, though. It's like, hi, Silverberry. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's your day going? There's contraception that stop your period for 6 months. Yeah, I heard about those. But as far as I'm concerned, we're low-key uninformed about, like, what hormones, like, do the entire time, so I don't know. Hormones and shit is scary complicated. Because of pain, and Dr. Fingham, that was a good option, but they still got pains each month, even though it no longer... Wait, so if your complete uterus is removed, you still get pain? The hell? Crazy. Too much information. Okay, let's bench the topic. Let's go into Silverberry's question. We can also, we don't need to bench it. Let's just not talk about this topic anymore. It's fine. Have you ever met someone who's openly gay but wanted to go back to the closet? I didn't, like, personally meet somebody like this, but I can absolutely imagine that if your, like, surroundings, like, that if your outcome is not as positive as you hoped for, that, like, then going back to the closet seems, like, enticing, you know? But is there anything specific you wanna, know about this question, or, like, get help with, Silverberry? Welcome, Best Gamer. How you doing? Ooh, Lucan, let's go! 5 stream streak. Thank you. And hi, holy bunch of roses. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that makes the light situation better. Just wanted to see what's happening in here. Alright, no worries. We're just, yeah, offering emotional support or advice to anybody who needs it, while definitely supporting to get therapy if it's like something more serious. I don't know, I'm considering it, because if you pretend to be straight, you suffer but get some privileges, or a path to follow at least, and if you're openly gay, you also suffer and get nothing in return. Majority of LGBT people are depressed and end up unmarried. I low-key don't see the point of that anymore. I'm not entirely sure about the statistics of LGBTQ people. I think it also really depends on the country you live in, right? I feel for some countries, I can definitely relate to you that it's probably like both routes are shit, and then it's probably a better route, or like a less dangerous route, to like pretend to be straight instead. Versus in some other countries, right, where like LGBTQ is like very accepted, it would definitely be an easier route to be like openly gay. So I guess it depends a bit if you can maybe shape your surroundings and your social circle to a social circle and surroundings who would be accepting, or if that's not an option. Right. I mean, do you have anybody around you which is like close to you